it is treated medically, right? And in our culture, historically, as the people of the land, we didn't have
You
all
sure
this.
did. We had people who would wake up to the reality of the simulation, and they need help assimilating the spirit realm to the physical realm because they walking in two worlds fully waking to both of them. Some of them can't sleep for months at a time or years because they are fully awake. I mean that the frequency of energy that the mitochondria are putting out into the cells is allowing a 3D being to walk in fourth and fifth dimensional matrix simultaneously. So all of that energy is being refined efficiently in that individual. But because the conscious mind is conditioned that the body needs sleep to repair itself, now you told your conscious mind not to let the body repair itself. So it begins to break the vessel down. This is like saying turning off the X-Men superpower. And now they just regular people. But as soon as they realize what's going on, they X gene activate, right? Because you can't hold the divine light oppressed forever. And if the right frequency crosses your heart chakra, it sets you free.
So the best thing we can do for those of us that are not trained in this spiritual arena to help these individuals navigate through that is to just send them love like we do everything else. Pure divine love.
One of our most powerful conjure is being happy and singing and dancing. All love languages is active powers to harness for magic in the name of love. If it's done from a righteous perspective, you wield powerful spiritual tools that chops down almost all wickedness. You just look at the things that we naturally do everywhere we are. We are everywhere we at, we barbecue, and that's not new. We've been doing that for thousands of years, and they're trying to make it look like we just figured out how to barbecue yesterday in the 1800s.
That part.
They want us to believe we was running around savage on the land, but we got ancient castles everywhere we look. Some of them they turned into prisons, some they turned into states building. But them was our castles long before 1492. So who was savage, right? And because if our women wanted to walk around butt booty ass naked, it wasn't a problem. They wasn't gonna get raped. And you come from a culture where rape is the standard. They come from the club or on the head, drag her in the cave. That's not our MO. That's not our people. That's not our history over here. Marriage is for political moves. It's to tie families together by blood right in their face without them knowing what's taking place. This is why they want everybody to go give up some DNA. Ain't got nothing to do. Does the test is just for entertainment, and they tell you that right on the package. So anything that's for entertainment can be altered to match the entertaining thing that they're trying to use to entertain you. Once you realize that, then you know they're using your DNA for something else because they know who we are. They ain't never stopped watching us and following us from generation to generation because they know what families and bloodlines they got to try to murder off because they know where the chief's gonna come at. But they not smarter than Mother Nature. She know how to shuffle us around on the land and make one chief that would have born somewhere else be born over here instead. And then And then he be born here, and then he go over there, and you don't know he gonna come up and be the boss over there where he at. Big Mama sent him
That's it.
all over the land. Big Mama boys was sent all over the land. I need you to go wrap this up, clean this up, and get these people straightened up because they got them tore up in such a bad way. So that's what we've been doing. It's been difficult because we have to figure out how to use all of these systems of language and dumb it down to the colloquial language because you have to filter it so people will know what they're doing so you can explain how it works. Elijah Muhammad said you have to make it plain enough for a baby to understand it. And when I realized that by observation, until somebody show you different, the average person is arrested development at 6 years old. So now you got to ask yourself before you get hot under the collar, is you going to stand toe to toe and argue and bicker with a 6 year old?
That's facts.
Right.
Wow.
I don't argue with women because I'm not a woman. That's simple. Well, I'm not going to argue with no woman. I ain't no woman. We can talk about it though. I can't argue with you about it because we can't fix nothing. And I like to get shit fixed because I don't like to keep going back over something. Right. They use that secret squirrel information by not letting you know the different language. Legalese is not the same as colloquial English, but it's the same with medicalese. That's why you need to go to university so you can learn the language so you can identify the drug.
Exactly. Exactly. Wow. So, as we know, like they put a lot of information right in front of our face,
Mm-hmm.
especially in the entertainment, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are the movies that people are super drawn to, Marvel, um, I forget what other
Fantasy superheroes.
exactly. And with these different type of beings. And
Mm-hmm.
so in my opinion, it's the truth and it's reality. So,
So in the metaphysical community, sweetie, all of the high priests know this, and all of the magi, the sorcerers, they all know that in this period we in, nobody was allowed to come in what's called a mythic form, right? They had to come in human suits. You can look at different people and you can see their mythic form peering through their human suit. And they draw them in the animation to show them themselves in mythic form so they can remember which one of the original light sources they came in on. Because that's who sent you to University Earth in order to learn how to balance your God powers and to activate your higher senses by overwhelming your lower senses.
I love this shit. So when we say, because people watching this might just be thinking that we're talking about the superhuman powers that are going on. But when you say mythical, what do you mean by mythical?
So in mythology, you see that you got fairies, you got gnomes, you got Bigfoot looking creatures, you got ogres. All of those things is in human form in this chapter or in this age that we in. Nobody was allowed to come in if they didn't appear to be human, right? So when the fairy come in, she expresses it through the DNA as this little cute, dainty little thing. And everybody love her, you know. It's almost like you could see the sprinkles behind her when she walked. The energy is there. But we don't know that we not coming in mythic form, right? But we came in different ages in mythic form, and we was all type of things from dragons to butterflies that talked and walked on 2 feet, the size of humans. We've been through all of those incarnations. This is a new one for us. And we using the chapter of misery to force us to wake up at the right time. And the misery and the suffering causes the rank and file to call on a more powerful energy than before because this one ain't working. So Mother Nature sends a different person to the different parts of the society to test it to see what need to be fixed. They live the life for the local society in order to catalog the errors in order to know what to adjust for. The walking mitochondria of the earth that's going to give the instructions to the T cells that's going to organize the white cells in order to activate the defensive energies, what they call the great cleanup.
Yeah. Yes, let the people know. Let them know, let them know, let them know. Wow, this is exciting. I mean, I could ask questions all night. Like, and then I'm a Gemini, so I could really do this all day.
Oh
But
yeah, especially when you hit that Tupac Kendrick energy.
and spice it up with a little bit of Donald Trump on top, throw some Kanye in there. Ah, well, so let's close it out with this. So, what is something that you would really urge us, because there are so many people that are still operating in this system that still are caught up in the paperwork. We have people that are waking up to it but still going out and filling out the paperwork saying that they're not a citizen, and um
You
becoming
know what a
third
trap in that?
parties.
You know what a trap in that is? They let you in for so long, and then they clamp down on you and say you was committing fraud. All you gotta do is talk to the brothers in the federal penitentiary, and you know why they there. It's a trap, slave trap,
That part.
because you'll end up enslaved following that pattern. They didn't already showed you that. Rise of the Moors. They showed you. You know, if you don't have the means to defend, then you can't demand.
Mm,
If I can't protect my wife, I can't demand her to stay away from that other nigga that can. I look like a damn fool because I'm a damn fool at that point. But if I know I can protect her, I can demand her to remain in her place. Go on in there and relax, put your feet up. You at home now. But if she don't feel safe, she ain't finna stay there. She gonna find every excuse to go somewhere. Home is a safe place. But when you bring terror to the home, you disrupt the nation. That's just the way it is. And I don't mean nation paperwork wise.
that part.
I mean nation as in natal, as in from the mother. But they use it in their uniform commercial code because the national status is the same status as a ship. It's done that way on purpose.
So would you just
Because all
Go ahead.
Because all of us supposed to be lost ships, lost vessels. This is why we declared us civilly mortis, dead in the eyes of the law. We outlaws. We baby kids.
That's it. We don't die, we multiply. We keep multiplying, honey. We keep multiplying.
And every time they try to burn us out, snuff us out, we scatter like bees and form in more places than we was when they started. They try to hold us down, but they can't hold us back. As soon as we realize that, then we start to see the ones that's holding us back. They look like us, but they ain't us. And they hiding behind people that don't look like us, that they had doing their form.
Dig that.
All
So
they head on the chopping block the same, as far as I'm concerned.
that's it. So, what a good recommendation for people to actually go back in our culture and get familiar with our great laws. You know, the laws that
A good start. See,
you breaking up. Say that again.
I said a good start would be that Iroquois Confederacy document because it's more tribal related than the United States Constitution. And it's more detailed and has more information as to how we was running tribal confederacies back then.
Okay.
Those were peaceful tribes working together. And when the settlers came, they didn't trust us, so they wanted everything in written agreements, which compelled us to write agreements among tribal confederacies to show the people that need the written agreement that we already have a system set up. It's on paper. This used to be passed down orally, right? And the chiefs and the medicine men used to orally give it to the developing chief in parts. As he grows older, they would recite it to him over and over until he memorized it. The same as the Hafiz do with the Qurans in Islam. They used to be the same. Those were tribal grids. But now they gave them a story to tell that's not the tribal stories of the people of the land in order to trap them under a false identity using their belief in the creator to exploit them.
Ex-
Straight back to the Catholic Church. So they took what was their natural tribal sciences and they wrote a similar science as their natural tribal science, but they wrote it in the Christian styling to subvert them to a Christianized version of their tribal doctrines. And the keeper of this information used to be the successor, or what they called the Khalifa, which formed something called the Caliphate, which was the doctrine carriers to protect the secret that the Catholic Church is behind the creation of modern Islam that usurped the tribe's natural um, tribal ways. And that's why they destroyed the tribal confederacy of Tehillim, a family relic that represent the family that was in the black box, right? It used to be 360 tribes in the Confederacy. That's why they said it was 360 idols in the Kaaba. And they destroyed them all except one, Allah,
Mm.
which is really Allah. But the patriarchy was usurping and actively usurping the matriarchy. So the mothers taught the sons to become the Sufi. And you have the Sufi order of the red light and the Sufi order of the green light. that teach two different forms of Sufism. That's the tribal system to break the spell at the appropriate time to close the age. All of the spiritual dances that the women did to raise the earth frequency to make heaven on earth was practiced now by men who couldn't maintain the frequency longer than 10 to 15 minutes after the ritual, where the woman can walk in the energy for days or even months without having to do the ritual again.
This shit is deep. Okay. So, for those of us that are interested in study, because there are many people who, are just now becoming privy to this information. And of course, there are a lot of things that we do naturally, that we've been taught are ghetto, ratchet, that are a part of just our traditions, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as structure, because one thing that has been lost and may take some time to get back is the family structure and communal living. The community um has just been
So
so
it goes to the village. And
right.
they say it take a village to raise a child. Um,
Exactly.
that's going to be up to families, friends, and associates to form them alliances. You start where you at first, forming those alliances, and the energy you create together. When y'all find out y'all got the perfect balance of energy, you collectively relocate on the family village.
Beautiful.
That's how you do it. That's tribing up. And they
Yeah,
keep the harmony in the new village. That's why people, birds of a feather, flock together. Like-minded people join together to perform the same accomplishment. They're trying to accomplish the same goal. Then they're more apt to follow through than the person that's doing something that he don't really want to do.
exactly.
That's why you. That's why it look like sometimes our family members hate us. No, they don't hate us. A lot of the elders be trying to push hold on to the child because they don't trust that shit they taught them that they learned in the church. So it make them try to micromanage their adult child and become overprotective of the child, smother the child becomes spoiled like a bruised apple. But don't nobody notice the bruise, so the child go on to continue to rot, right? But when the mother is allowed to be in her feminine mother mode, that's the highest frequency on earth a woman can be in. And that's why the food tastes better, smell better. The people that don't like cooking for their family, that food be horrible.
Yeah.
But that woman that's why everybody want to go Big Mama house. She throw down because she loves feeding her family because her feeding her family feeds her soul.
Yes.
And this is how you get soul food.
Yes.
Frequency. She can go in there with a little bit of nothing and come up with a whole lot of something.
A whole lot of something. We making magic, okay?
Do you believe in magic?
That's
In
it.
a young girl's heart, do you believe in magic?
That's why. So yes, thank you for this. I believe that, on a lot of these platforms, the misunderstanding is so much of the programming that we have been through. We want to study, we want books to teach us how to become ourselves, you know. Like, how do we get back to being the original people? And I think what is being missed from a lot of what you're saying is the spiritual aspect of it, which is once we really start to even just take the first step to stepping into our essence, once we recognize, right, we've been woken up and just start to really step into your essence, all of this shit just falls into place. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
what that kind of internal, those internal mechanisms can't be taught to you in any book. You can't study it. Well, you know what I'm saying? We're so used to picking up a book and studying how to do something or being taught how to be ourselves, so to speak, that that's hard for many to wrap their minds around. You get what I'm trying to
You
say?
have you have some good instructional manuals on the processes, but what most people will run from it because if the title say self-help, they don't help themselves. Hell no, they not finna read that shit. Crime drama, let me in. That's if they even that's even if they gonna read something. Give me some Anne Rice. You know what I'm saying? Some DC Andrews.
Dig that.
They want to read that kind of stuff. They don't want to read nothing that might induce them to rebel against the system. Wake up to they how to wake up to their power. As you wake up to your power, they can't stop you.
Okay, so in real life, I'm like a life coach, right? So what I've found out, especially now, is so many people are afraid of their power. Isn't that crazy?
Because the system is systemic. This is systemic in the system. It was designed that way.
Hmm.
It's psychological arrested development. It's a child's behavior to their natural and innate talents being so wonderful that it draws the attention of others around them. It's a child's behavior that's carried into adulthood. The only reason it work is because the educational network is designed to render you to suspend critical thinking and practical problem solving for instructional ability to follow orders. All the way in the university. In university, if it's not peer reviewed, accepted reference, you can't use that.
Okay. Mhm.
Right? So now, no matter what you believe, you got to go find one of they people to tell you what that somebody else other than you believe what you just told them. So now you need some dead motherfucker to validate the living man.
That's
They
it.
don't believe you. They don't believe themselves. They know they lied to us and they think that we falling for the lies. But when they realize that we are not falling for the lies, that we using our real eyes to realize these real lies they've been telling. So we start telling the other people, it becomes contagious that we see the tricks and the traps, and that sets us free. Because even if you don't want to be free, your gate wide open, and the energy of freedom is magnetic. You're just gonna walk through that motherfucker. You're not staying in this cave. And this is the same trap. They psychological arrested development through a 12-step thinking detox program called modern education set up by the Rothschilds and the Bilderbergs to turn humans with infinite potential into subjugated workers with a desire to work to fulfill the needs of the person and his immediate family. And this is why they use the discriminatory tactics of racism, because those tactics is going to cause us to try to overtake their system according to the laws of nature. And that's how you end up with immigration in the end. And it was the goal the whole time.
That's it.
The great melding pot. How do you get people that don't want to meld together to meld together? You tell them they can't. And then you give them some dumb reason and back it up by science.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? It's like, I don't know. It's the same pattern over and over again.
You
That's
back it up with religion.
so true.
You use religion to back it up. The same lie.
Mm,
They say God created somebody to be better than somebody else. That's not God. Who is this nigga?
that part.
My mom, God, no respecters and no for persons. Ain't no big eyes and no little U's. And my growth and development literature told me that ain't no big eyes and no little U's. So them two things coincide. I don't bullshit. God didn't make nobody to be better than nobody else. He just made them to be different.
That's it.
The the skeletal cranial structure of Michael Jordan did not need to be the same cranial skeletal structure as William the Refrigerator Perry in order for them to both do great things in their respective sports. But if you would have tried to switch places with them, they'd have looked like some befuggling idiots.
That's it.
They both outside their element. As long as you use them in their element, you get the optimum performance anytime.
For their optimal good. Yes.
That's how you find your zone. Once you feel that zone, you can't go back. That's why one mother that's feels safe at home in the kitchen and she looking at her babies playing and playing on their gadgets on the couch and she's scanning the room and then she see her significant other outside doing whatever with the damn dogs and then she realized this is home.
Yeah.
That energy hit, blah.
You even
And
breathe different, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Then you start nesting and everybody start accusing you of have OCD.
That part.
They don't know. They don't know you look walking in that divine mother energy, and it might look like OCD because they had to tell us that the woman in that love energy like that is something wrong with them. That's nesting. The higher the motherly frequency and that love of the being a mother, playing that mother role is, the more you're gonna nest. You're gonna be pruning, making yourself up your way.
That's
You
it.
might want feathers in your hair. That flower you picked off your own garden this morning, it was so pretty, it looked good right here behind my ear today.
That's it.
That's that energy. Now, if all of the women can be safe in that energy, the whole energy of the planet shifts to heaven. But they can't feel safe because the warring patriarchs have the energy upset with the bloodletting rituals. And that's what the communion at the church is. And that's why you was born a sinner. It's a sin right.
Wow. Yeah,
Babylonian blood magic, simulated cannibalism ritual. In the spirit realm, the energy is the same. Eat of my flesh, drink of my blood.
yeah, that's deep. That's deep.
Donald J. going to announce it. It's going to be big. As he say, he don't say it's going to be big. He said, could be huge. Could be huge.
You know how he talk. You know how he talk. Yo, you know what I want to show you too, Rod? A brother gave me this at the gathering, man. He gave me an eagle feather, man. This brother, what's the brother name? I got it. Windwalker. I didn't remember his name last time. I'm gonna have a brother on the show. The brother name is Windwalker, and he gifted me a eagle feather. So I want to give a shout out to Windwalker. I thought about Rod because you know what Rod is chief. So I was like, oh, I was very thankful, man. But thank you to the brother Windwalker. He's one of the groups that represented at the Million Man March in '95, I think, when Farrakhan had it in DC. So shout out to that brother, man, and shout out to everybody out there representing the land. You know, Rod, man, we got an important show tonight. Our people know a lot about the Bible. The Bible is a book that any hotel you go to see a Bible. You go to anywhere you go, pretty much a Bible's everywhere. Wherever you go, there's a Bible somewhere. So everybody's familiar with the spiritual text that we know of as the Bible. People are familiar with the Quran. People are familiar with some other books like the Book of Enoch, things like that. One spiritual text that I would say the Black community isn't very familiar with, that other communities are familiar with, Indian communities, the Bhagavad Gita. And being that we were a global people, being that at one time on the planet, when you looked around, it was a whole lot of brothers that looked like us or darker. Being that we are an ancient race, it's time for us to dive deep into these ancient texts that could be of great, tremendous help to us during this awakening. As you say, something's about to happen in a disclosure. These texts could awaken stuff in us, Rod, that has not been awakened yet. I know you dive deep into a lot of these spiritual texts. One of the sharpest brothers I know when it comes to ancient history. So let's talk about this Bhagavad Gita, Rod Hayes. Let's talk about the characters in it, the purpose of it, and what can we learn from it? Let's talk about this Bhagavad Gita. I heard Sadhguru talk about it on YouTube. What is your opinion and what's your take on the Bhagavad Gita, Rod?
So the Gita is actually an excerpt from a larger text called the Mahabharata.
Mm.
And in India,
what was the event early this year that ushered in the golden age? What was the name of that again?
It was called the Mahabharata.
Mahabharata. Okay. And so that's the Mahabharata, and the Bhagavad Gita comes from the Mahabharata.
Right. Which is a much larger text.
Okay.
They There's also, yeah. So they have the prime text of a lot of, so Hinduism is not really a religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's based on more your caste and which spiritual school of thought you espouse because of your family line.
Right.
When you look at the overall text, mm-hmm. right, they got chapters called sutras. Mm-hmm. The Bhagavad Gita is it's a narrative of a story between the charioteer named Arjuna, who's talking to Lord Krishna. Right? Now, if you know, in Kemet, we have what's called KRST, Karast. Krishna mm-hmm. is the Hindu variant of the same energy. Right? So it means the anointed. And the anointed is the one who raises the sacred secretion. The physical anointing is done by the women in the clan with the oil. So now in Christianity, they use olive oil. Mm-hmm. But in the ancient cultures, they use the oil of the alligator that they get from the alligator's brain, his cerebral spinal fluid. It looked the same. Then some over here, they use alligator oil, right? All these oils is to symbolically give you the spiritual initiation in the physical world that matches your spiritual initiation in the spiritual world. So as you anoint the child, as he grows, he's going to be looking for markers that's going to allow him to activate. So he's going to become the Karast or the Krishna, and he's going to be the heir apparent to restore Earth at the close of the age. This is the story where Krishna explaining to Arjuna that, so Arjuna asked him a question early in the text about why do he see family members that's taking up both sides of the war against each other? And Krishna goes on to explain to him that in spiritual war, some of the people in our family in a past life was probably our mortal enemy. And it shows up in the spiritual conflict when you're looking at it with a spiritual vision.
Okay.
So Krishna was able to see spiritually, and he was able to recognize what Arjuna was looking at and explain to him. And he go into a lot of other what they call wisdom teachings.
Mm-hmm.
The basic premise of the book is to explain the spiritual warfare and the battle on earth between what we say men and angels, or angels and men, gods and men, mortals
Mm-hmm.
and immortals, right? So all of that is those ancient war scrolls. There's a lot of them in India, but they're not even all written as if it's a war dynamic taking place. Some of them are written as spiritual teachings, but it's still part of spiritual warfare.
Right. Right. Now, who else? Who are some of the in the Bible? You got the characters in the Bible. You got Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Mary. Who are some of the characters in the Bhagavad Gita?
It's the two main characters. The two main characters is having a discussion,
Mm-hmm.
right? So it'll put you in the mind of the Machiavelli Art of War, where you have a military philosopher that's having a conversation with a battle-tested military general. The
Mm.
philosopher gained his rank in general by going through military training in military school, where the general came up in the ranks from a soldier on the battlefield to rise through the ranks as a general. And the art of war, Machiavelli, is this dialogue between the two to understand how the one that was on the battlefield see the battlefield different than the one that was trained in the boardroom or in the battle room, the war room.
And who's
So
the two having
these,
the dialogue?
so in the Bhagavad Gita, is Lord Krishna is having this conversation with Arjuna about the spiritual warfare,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And the comparative analysis was Prince Niccolo Machiavelli's Art of War, where he wrote it for Leonardo Piero Medici
Mm-hmm.
when he was rising to power in I think it was Italy.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people ride when they think about the Bible, they look at the Bible as a prophetic book, and they talk about revelations and how a lot of things are coming to pass. Is there text in the Bhagavad Gita that you could look at modern time and look at 2024 and say, "Damn, Bhagavad Gita is right on point with what's happening right now"?
The spiritual warfare aspect, because even now, when the ones that's the chosen ones begin to speak out and tell what they know, you have family members that want to silence them, right?
Uh-huh.
We call them matrix agents, right?
Right.
But really what it is they programmed by the world, and the ones that's the chosen ones is programmed to do a job for the world when they get in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the it's a lot of different wisdom teachings in there. Arjuna and Krishna being the main characters, but they do talk about, they call other names of the people they looking at while they're giving the discussion, but the main characters are still Arjuna and Krishna.
Mm-hmm. When we talk about the spiritual war, just to use a modern example, I forgot who I was interviewing the other day, and we might have been talking about what's the young brother name, y'all? We was talking about the archons. What's the young brother name? Oh, RFG, the chosen one. And I was talking
Mm-hmm.
about if this is let's say this is a game, a holographic projection, a game that's being played, and we're talking about entities like the archons or whatever. When I asked him about your children, I want to ask you about your parents, Rod. What if your parents, as much as we respect Big Mama and our mother, a lot of people have horrible relationships with their mother. What advice would you give to them if there's spiritual warfare going on between them and their mother? Their mother may be programmed by the matrix, and they may have come down here to reprogram the matrix. What advice would you give them, Rod?
I would tell them, don't try to fight with your parents. You have to lead by example. Because your parents, like I said, this is funny. You would bring up a recent interview and a recent one of my lives. I was like, we have to learn to respect our elders, even though some of them batshit crazy,
Mm, mhm,
right?
mhm,
They've
mhm,
been they a lot of them have been indoctrinated so well by the enemy that they
mhm,
can't tell who they are versus who their ancestors were. Who they believe they a whole different set of people than the people they was before 1492.
mm.
This is why we are dressed up like everybody but the organic originals from the land.
Right. Indeed. Somebody in the chat, and this was actually one of the things I want you to touch on. Where's it at? Where's it at? I want to bring this up right away, right now, since you brought it up. Could you talk about the three modes? Since we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita, the three modes of material nature.
Yeah, so that's the same material is the same as the states of matter, solid,
Uh,
liquid, and gas.
uh,
We look at those as the solid being earth, the liquid being water, which is the symbol for spirit, the steam being the emanating source of all. So as we go through the three folds of the material world, we become in tune with our a higher consciousness that would be in this third state of matter, which would be a gaseous state, what we call the nine ether.
mm-hmm,
Right. So the nine ether is the oversoul, overspirit, the collective unconscious. Then you have the water, which is the symbol for spirit in the physical world. And then you have the earth, which is solid matter, which the human body has all three components, plus the fourth element of fire, the fifth element being the ether.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Right. So those three states of matter are also states of consciousness
mm-hmm,
according to your spiritual development.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You know, a quick question. It's a little off topic from the Bhagavad Gita, but it came to my mind, so I guess it's meant for me to ask you. Um, a lot of people call us non-eat the beans. I've heard a lot of people refer to us through the years of me being in this study as non-eat the beans, and they refer to our hair as non-eat the hair. They refer to it as antennas. I always wondered, Rod, our hair spirals. We learning more and more about the importance of the spiral and the coil and things of that nature. Why when we're born, when we first incarnate into this realm and we take on this avatar, why when as a baby coming out the mother's womb, out the portal, why is our hair straight and it takes a while to develop that spiral, that galaxy spiral? Why don't we come down here with the non-ether? Why does it take a year or two or three and then you see the hair
That,
spiraling more and
that's
more?
only certain ones. I was born nappy hair.
Okay.
I was born with nappy hair. My mom was calling me a little raisin head boy, talking about nappy hair.
Yeah.
Right. So that's based on you sitting in the amniotic fluid.
Uh-huh.
Hair tends to relax in water.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Okay.
So when you've been in there for 9 months, it's going to take a while for the oils and the air from around it to interact with the hair itself to cause it to change state.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
normally the ones born with straight hair, they end up with what's called curly locks.
Mm-hmm.
That's like eight ether,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? The nine ether is the real tight stuff. What they call it, BB shots and robo knots. You remember that?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. BB shots. Damn, I ain't hear that in a while. BB shots. I ain't hear that in a
Yeah,
while. Since
yeah,
Martin, the sitcom Martin. Oh man. Wow.
yeah. So, but that's the nine ether. The true nine ether, they don't really grow long hair. Um, they normally have naturally short hair and naturally don't grow long. But
Mm-hmm.
some of us, when we right between 8 and 9, we can grow a big afro,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And then if you really look at the afro is the attempt to straighten out the kinks in the hair
Mm-hmm.
by using, you know, picking it out, you
Yeah.
know, poofing it up, and then pack it down because they don't know nothing about packing the afro down,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to make sure that it's symmetrical, you know.
Right. Right.
But when you grow up in the '70s, you seen it. You seen it firsthand. Everybody tending to their afro. My whole family had afros in Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Afros used to be real big. You know, the universe. I was talking to Dr. B the other day. I told Dr. B, I said, if you look at the universe, like you know how they say the universe is a brain, and they'll show the brain with the neurons coming out, then they'll show the universe. The universe almost looks like an afro, Rod. That shit look like one huge afro that keeps going, Rod. The
Yeah,
universe.
so that's dark matter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's dark matter. You gotta remember, it's just like being inside of the uterus. We just inside of a bigger version called
Right.
creation,
Damn.
right? And the only way you can get in is through a portal.
Yeah.
But creation itself is a galactic portal,
Mm-hmm.
right? So Prime Creator filters down information and puts the rest of everything in order by utilizing a agency of man in the realm of humanity in order for us to fix the problems. So we
Mm-hmm.
got at the close of last age, so the Piscean age closed out now. We in the early days of the Aquarian. The energy ain't fully hit yet, but it's
Mm-hmm.
revving up. And this is being told by the solar flares, by the Schumann resonance, by the electromagnetic field that they call the Van Allen belt. The Van Allen belt is doing all kind of stuff different than it normally does. That's the Pleiadian light lock. When they be talking about we in the dome,
Oh,
if we was in the true dome, at the bottom where the dome meet the earth, you would have a perpetual air spiral all the way around.
right.
Right? Then they want to use the echo effect of a pop bloom in a hollow chamber. But the reason why that's not a good experiment to explain us being in the dome is because when it thunder in New York, you don't hear it in LA,
Right.
right? And the reason being is it's called the dissipation of sound. If you was in the dome and the thunder was being echoed through the dome, when it strike one place, you would hear it every place,
Mm, mm,
right? So the sheer volume within inside the confines of atmosphere is so vast that the sound can't travel simultaneously from New York to LA for you to hear the thunderstorm that's taking place in New York. It's the
right.
same. You can't hear the thunderstorms that's happening in Australia, but if we was in the dome and the sound of thunder was the identifier, then once that sound of thunder go off, everybody in the dome would hear it,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? So though this is a couple of things, but the Van Allen belt is the Pleiadian light lock that they talk about who can loose the bands of the Pleiades,
Right.
right? And it's backed up by what's called Arcturian light conjure, because they trapped us in here in order for the good ones and the bad ones to fix the problem before they left the lock, right? So this is the war in the spirit realm being confined to a specific geography or galactic location, right,
Mm-hmm.
which is on the earth. So I tell people that the war in heaven on Nibiru landed on earth as a sibling rivalry up there came to us as the war between the forces of dark and the forces of light. In other words, the light skinned niggas versus the dark skinned niggas,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right? So, but we ain't looking at it like that. We looking at it like some good people and some bad people is fighting it out. But they brothers and sisters and cousins and uncles and nieces and nephews, right? This goes back to the Gita, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh yeah. Yeah.
it's all related because this is why Arjuna had to tell, Krishna had to tell Arjuna that you have these people in the families. Everybody got them in their family, even though they're not from the same spiritual position in the conflict.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like it's a war between intelligence versus ignorance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they allow ignorance to run rampant until somebody come along and say, that's enough of the dumbass shit. So then we get to the point where, okay, if it's enough of doing things from the perspective of ignorance, what do we have to do now to shift to intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So to give you the example, they gave us something called artificial intelligence. That's
Mm-hmm.
4-point quantum encryption.
Mm-hmm.
But the human intelligence is tied to your spiritual body, which gives you a 19-point quantum encryption across 19 dimensions. That's 19 times 19 to the 19th power.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why 19 is the sacred seal. Alpha meets omega. Beginning meets the end. So
Mm-hmm.
when we being trapped by accepting the structure of the religious dogmas that they gave us without questioning it. But soon as you start questioning it, more questions is going to arise till you get to the point where it's going to be so easy to see through it. But other people that didn't go through the process, they can't see it. So now you've been separated by intelligence versus ignorance.
Right.
And that goes back to everything we did is predicated on divide and conquer. They divided the humans up by geography, skin color, class, ranks, system, style, all of them different means of dividing us. And we still have the ability, after all the divisive tactics used to make us the worst, we still have the capacity to love each other and not care that other people don't want you to love somebody. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have a friend, everybody be like, man, why you hanging with dude, man? Dude, a piece of shit. No, that's my man's.
Mm-hmm.
He a piece of shit to you. He probably supposed to be a piece of shit to you, but he supposed to be a rose to me. He's supposed to be a diamond in the rough to me. And he ain't, everybody ain't supposed to get along. And this is one of the problems where people can't take criticism. They think everybody's supposed to kiss everybody else's ass.
Mm-hmm.
I have not read in my book of life, nobody else is where it say we obligated to kiss any ass. And then my mama also told me, you don't got to kiss nobody ass, but don't nobody got to kiss yours either. And I felt that.
Mm-hmm.
That sounded legit. But when you go to church, they want you to kiss Jesus ass, Mary ass, God ass. But God don't want you to kiss his ass. Because he wouldn't have gave you those qualities of divinity that make you be able to stand on your own 2 feet. This also part of the discussion that Arjuna is having with Krishna, right? Embracing your spiritual path going to put you at conflict with people you love. It don't mean that you don't love them any less. It just means that your spiritual development, it's like outgrowing your favorite genes because you've been eating too much. You can either lose weight or you can give up the genes. Most people gonna give up the genes because trying to lose weight is difficult and don't nobody want no hard stuff. We all want to go through life and bypass the hard part, not knowing that embracing the hard part sets you up for the rest of it to be a path of ease. But the hard part got to be addressed.
Right.
Everybody's ducking the pain in pursuit of the pleasure. Right? Dumb people, they stuck to the right. And the other people, they so busy inflicting the pain that they don't care about the pleasure of others because they getting their pleasure from inflicting the pain. They stuck to the left. Right? So the goal is to bump straight. That's all. You might have did some dirt back in your younger days before you knew better, but when you know better, you obligated to do better. You can't do better than what you know. This is why it's a world of knowledge versus ignorance, intelligence versus ignorance, right? The wise versus the unwise, you know, the educated versus the uneducated. But then you got to look at education because you got what's called compartmentalized education. Back in the day when we was the husband on the farm and we tended to the farm, we knew how to do everything required to run the farm, from build the barn to cook the dinner to wash the. We knew how to do it all. But now we have to specialize in something. That's to limit the capacity of your mind to connect two fields of knowledge together in the unified field concept in order for you to use your automotive skills, your cooking skills, your fishing skills, your hunting skills in order to navigate life. The more skills you have, the more you are adaptable and prepared for the more varying circumstances of life. They teaching us that all you need to do is go to school to be a doctor or a lawyer and you good after that. No, you not. There's doctors out here losing everything they got trying to keep up, and they just can't pay their bills. It's the same with lawyers, right? But they get extra breaks that the regular people don't get, because when the doctor get in distress, he can call the American Medical Association and they can tell him what programs that they giving free money to doctors that's in a certain circumstance in order to bring their practice back to a profit-bearing practice. Mm-hmm. We don't have that in the regular day-to-day life. Like that's who the chief for. When you in your local area and you stuck in your life and you don't know what to do, you're supposed to ask for counsel with the chief. The chief gonna ask you a whole bunch of questions about you when he understand what you can do, and he gonna say, "Well, have you ever tried doing yada yada yada?" Mm-hmm. And you're like, "No, I'd love to do that." But that's what the problem is you never tried to do the thing that you love. So instead of chasing stuff to make money, chase what you love. Money gonna be there as a side effect of doing the right thing repeatedly. And if you're following your heart's desire, it's going to keep you doing the right thing over and over to the point where you can no longer fail. It's just going to be natural. That's why you can raise a child in a wealthy family and they can go broke. But after a while, they can't stay broke. They can't function. They have to get that bread. And they know how, based on watching their parents, that there's something in them that can allow them to become wealthy again. And this is why most people lose the generational wealth and then another person later on in the family pick it back up, right? Because this is saying, good men create good times. Good times create bad men. Bad men create bad times. And bad times create good men. It's a cycle, right? So the more that you're willing to endure and put the work in, the more you're going to have later in your life time to live your life instead of your life living you. Most of us, our life is living us, and we was given that life by the designers of this matrix. It's not the life we chose. It's not our best life scenario. Mm-hmm. And most people scared to pursue their best life scenario because they all want a safety net. Ain't no safety net when you walk on a tightrope across the Grand Canyon. You either gonna make it or you ain't. But you don't know if you don't try.
Rod, the Bhagavad Gita is a 700 verse sacred Hindu scripture, and you said it's part of a Indian epic called the how do you say it?
Mahabharata.
So we have.
I can't pronounce it like they pronounce it because I don't talk with the Indian. But
so Rod, so we have in 2024, we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita. We also have to keep in mind we have Indian woman by the name. They say she's a black Indian woman by the name of Kamala Harris running for president. Is there any connection? Is there any prophecy being fulfilled with Kamala being in position to being the first woman Indian president with the name? Like we think about Kali Yuga, her name is Kamala Harris. Is there any prophecy being fulfilled if she becomes president, or just the fact that she's running?
It's in India. It's the story of Kamala Devi, which was a goddess. But in the Christian Western tradition, it's the Whore of Babylon.
Mm.
Right. So when you look in Revelations, you want to know where you at. Go to the chapter that talk about the Whore of Babylon and the fall of the Whore of Babylon. That's where we at.
So Kamala represents the whore of Babylon?
Yeah.
Whew.
That's why Joe Brown had to tell you that she sucked her way to the top. She's a Hawk Tuah chief. She's she a Hawk Tuah chief.
Oh man.
But
Oh
look,
man.
we be at her head. But first of all, there's more than one Kamala Harris, and one of them is a man. And this is the secret of the Whore of Babylon.
Don't start that, Rod. Please don't start that. Oh man, don't say that, Rod. Don't
It's
say
more than one Kamala Harris, and one of them is a man.
that.
I'm just telling you. A lot of people thought I was crazy, but then they seen the receipts and was like, "Holy, why we ain't been know that?" It's all part of the Statue of Liberty, Eiffel Tower connection with Parthodon of Isis, which is Paris, and the fall of the Babylonian Empire, represented by Rome, and Rome is DC proper.
Right.
A lot of us don't know DC was named Rome before they named it Washington, DC. But it was named Rome. And then the seven hills sit there. So they telling us the narrative using the program of the Christian dogma. These stories was taken from ancient texts and they was reworked so that you can't get the true meaning of them unless you figure out the location in which they from. Right? We talk about the Gita, but if you go back to the book of Daniel and it say in the one was hewn from the mountain without the hands of a workman, right? And he rolled down from the mountain to strike the feet of iron and clay, right? Now this is Sun Wukong in China, who was sealed in the mountain for 5,000 years. Right. And then Titicaca came and recited the incantation to free him. And then one of the sorcerers gave her a band to put around his head to control him because he was uncontrollable. That's why they put him in the stone in the first place. But when you get to India, it's no longer the story of Sun Wukong. Now it's the story of Hanuman. Hanuman being the handyman, being the man capable of doing all of the things that need to be done in order to solve the problem. He's able to draw from spiritual sources as well as physical sources and able to put the story together. So when you get over here, you see the monkey and the eagle in the Nazca lines, and the monkey is symbolic of the monkey mind, the Sakoma, and the eagle is symbolic of the phoenix taking flight on the awareness that the monkey mind is the untamed mind that you need to tame in order to attain the wisdom required. So in the Sun Wukong story, he journeyed to the west to recover the 10 scrolls of wisdom. The 10 scrolls of wisdom is 10 different things that's being used to rule: economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, war, and health. All 10 of those things represent the 10 scrolls of wisdom, because when you understand how they're being used against you, you can use the same attack to defend as in Aikido, as in turning the force and momentum of your enemy around and thrusting it back up on you. That's all part of the Earth clans coming together, bringing their great heroes from around the world to form one juggernaut, like the Autobots formed one big giant robot. Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime, yes.
Right. Optimus meaning the optimum, meaning the best of, and the prime meaning the original, the first one, the root. So they tell us the story in all of these narratives, but because we've been disassociated from who we was, our natural inclination to put these things together has been undermined and usurped by people that came to undermine and usurp who we were.
What does the Bhagavad Gita, Rod, say about, you was talking about the war in the heavens and you mentioned Nibiru and it coming down to earth. Does Bhagavad Gita go into the war that took place in the heavens?
No, it's looking at Earth and it's
Mm.
looking at the families lined up on opposite sides of the battlefield, looking at the war that's being fought on the earth, not the war fought in the heavens. That's a different scroll.
Mhm. Is there any connection? You know how Ashwa Crazy back in the day he had the video Christianity stolen from ancient Kemet. Is the Bhagavad Gita, is it connected to any of the other stories we hear, like let's say the Anunnaki or ancient Kemet or Atlantis or something? Is it connected to any of these other systems?
Yeah, because when you start studying the Vimanas Wars, you end up in India because the Vimana Sutras is also taken from larger chapters of the Mahabharata. And then you have the Vedas, which is the wisdom teachings. The Vedas is contemporary with like Proverbs and Ecclesiastics, but it also tells stories in there, short stories too. So these texts are all what you call ancient pyramid texts. A lot of them is still in scroll form, untranslated in the Tibetan mountains and in the Vatican library. Those was the ones they wasn't allowed to destroy because the information they have was critical to the people.
Right.
All hieroglyphics translate.
Mhm.
There's no hieroglyphics that don't translate.
So how is these going to translate? What do you mean?
They just don't know the keys to unlock the language.
Right.
But the language will translate itself if you understand body language, because most hieroglyphic writings is taken from the movements of the body when in physical motion. But
Woo!
it's like a scene from an animation.
Woo! Woo! Hieroglyphics is imitated body language. That's what you say?
Yeah, the ones where you see people playing scenes.
Yeah.
Look, when you reach the alpha brain state and you sitting in the meditative position before the hieroglyphics, if you got the right DNA, they will come to life and play a cartoon for you. The cartoon will play out just like the story being told if you from the bloodline. But if you're not from the bloodline, the pictures will remain stagnant and still. They won't move. But if you're from the bloodline, while you're looking at them, they'll start to take form. They'll start to move. They'll tap into your energy field and you will be awakened to what the hieroglyphics say without knowing what they say. That's all part of the awakening. When I say cartoon, I mean animated, like The Simpsons, or
Right.
matter of fact, they even got an ancient hieroglyphic depiction of Marge Simpson. That blew my mind.
Wow. What do you think about? I had a brother who writes light language and he wrote some things down, Rod. What do you think about individuals who they go into this automatic writing and they write this language that we may not know what it
That's
is?
readable.
Uh-huh.
It looked like gibberish, but it's readable. It's readable. It's full of symbols. So what he's doing is channeling,
Uh-huh.
but he's not translating the channel.
Right.
So it's like you put your VCR in to record Big Time Saturday Night. You thinking you finna record wrestling, but you recorded the Spanish, what they call Sabado Gigante, Giant
Telemundo.
Saturday, the Big Saturday. So yeah, and now you got it on the video. You know what the hell they saying because you don't speak Spanish,
Right. Right.
right?
Gotcha.
But you got another sense by watching what's going on. You might not speak the language, but you can grasp the basics of what's being displayed in the foreign language. It's the same with that type of channel. If he got to learn that language one symbol at a time.
Mm.
And then it won't be all over the page like that. It's going to either be from top to bottom, from bottom to top, from right to left, or left to right. It won't be all over the page. That's because he haven't tuned in to what the channel is telling him. He's just, being going into what they call an autotonic state where he
Yeah.
just automatically put it on there. He has
Right.
to learn that language. That's his higher consciousness talking to him in an ancient tongue that we haven't used in thousands of years.
Mm, mm, mm.
Right?
Yes. Shout
Consciously, he don't know what it means, but subconsciously, he know what every one of them things mean.
Shout out to the brother Dave. This is brother. He brought this to the gathering of the masses. You know what's funny? I said this on one of my previous shows, Rod. He gave this to me and I folded it and it got wet. I had it in my bag and it got wet and it was like a snowflake formed in the middle of it. Like this is for water right here. It formed right perfectly in the middle. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
yeah, there's definitely some power in this writing and what the brother's doing. And I'm gonna tell the brother, like you said, to really tap in one symbol at a time to figure out exactly what's going on here, man.
It's a book called Encyclopedias of Occult Symbols. That's
Mm-hmm.
what he needs. Because he'll see almost all of those symbols in there. And then
Mm-hmm.
where you got variations, that's from the twist of the handwriting,
Right, right.
right? So I might write cursive and my slant in my cursive might be to the right, but you might write cursive, yours might be slanted to the left,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
you gotta understand the variations like that. And once you understand those variations, when you see the symbol, now you can use what's called the mirror principle, same but different.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what calligraphy is.
Right, right, right. What man, wow, this is a good. You know, let me get to I had a few super chat questions. Uh let me see. Somebody said the volcano erupted in Russia signals the awakening of the bear, his cosmic roar. Aquarius, the water bearer, has tsunami warnings in specific Pacific Ring of Fire. What's your thoughts on this, Rod? I don't know what's going on with this.
The Great Bear is Ursa Minor and Ursa Major. This is the what we call it the Big Dipper, Little Dipper.
Mm-hmm.
And the galactic timing in the age of Aquarius is normally signaled by a lot of water phenomena. Floods, rainstorms, atmospheric river overrunning the atmospheric banks, it's pouring out on the earth, where it looked like water just pouring out the sky from nowhere, but it's not just pouring out from nowhere. That's the atmospheric river reaching its channel. It's becoming too full. That's the symbol for the spirit of the people of the earth becoming full, um, and overrunning and waking the people up. It's all symbolism until you know what it means, then it's telling you a story. And the story gonna always trace back to the holy drama.
Mm. You know, speaking of the holy drama, and we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita, one of the things it says in it is detachment. You know, we hear a lot about detachment through different spiritual teachers. And one of the things that say is detachment is not that you own nothing, detachment is that nothing owns you. I want you to elaborate on that a little bit because when people talk about detachment, sometimes they could confuse it with, you know, with something else or think it means something that it doesn't mean. So what's your thoughts on this right here and what detachment is as far as the ancient meaning of detachment, Rod?
So when you look at ownership of material things, right?
Yeah.
Can't take none of that stuff with you. Attachment is holding on to material things as if you can take them into the spiritual world with you. You already got all that stuff in the spiritual world. You just
Right.
got to remember how to get it in the physical because as above, so below. If you can activate it spiritually, you can activate it physically. The
Mm-hmm.
detachment is not to become obsessed with anything of the physical world because it's passe. It's all coming and going, and it's going
Mm-hmm.
to come and go and come and go and come and go. It's elusive. Once you try to trap it, that's when it break free. But as soon as you let it be free, that's when it condensate on your presence,
Mm-hmm.
right? So people chasing the bag can't never get rich, but the people that don't give a damn, they care, but not too much. They filthy.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
That's the difference.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I see when we was talking about the writings, you know, a lot of people in the chat started talking about, you know, them writing and them being left-handed or right-handed. One thing I noticed, right, because I play the piano, and even with not just I play the piano, when, let's say I have ideas that I write with my left or right hand, I notice my right hand has a different personality than my left hand, Rod. So my left hand, if I play a melody with my left hand, it'll be different. It'll be some shit that my right hand don't think of. Same thing when I'm writing. If I want to think about some thoughts, depending on what hand I use, because I practice using both, a different thought will arise. So this is some shit that we're not used to tapping into because we're only used to using one hand. So talk to me about, do you think it would be easier to tap into ancient knowledge as if we're right-handed, we started writing with our left hand or using our left hand more? What is it about the different personalities of the right and left hand, Rod?
You work the personality difference is the side of the brain. The right hand is using the father side, linear logic. The left hand is using the mother side, abstract. Artists who are ambidextrous have a higher output of creativity than the ones who can only use one hand.
Yeah.
Right. You ever seen a child start school in the kindergarten and he left-handed and they keep everything, keep focus, put it in his right hand, put it in, they shifting that child. They don't want him in his right brain. So if you ain't right, what are you?
Mm,
You wrong as hell.
that's a good one.
So they do that on purpose. But some of the children is defiant to them forcing them to write with the right hand. Why? Because the influence of the mother line is so strong it overtakes the child left brain with the right brain. So now they right brain dominant. They more abstract. They more apt to be proficient in the arts and in entertainment fields than they are in science and technology.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you look at your left hand. That's your feminine expression of your higher self. When you look at your right hand, that's your masculine expression of your physical self.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the spiritual you and the physical you. We used to be ambidextrous,
Yeah.
but that was systematically attacked by the patriarchs to try to keep us from ever accepting matriarchal influence by turning off the right brain of as many masculine entities as possible, then rape them to ruin them, physically rape them to ruin them.
Yeah.
Now they not fit the rule no more. They did that on purpose. They know what they doing. Slimy ass. They did it on purpose.
Yeah.
That's
You
why
said
you always hear me call out them rogue pedophile cross dressing drag queen priests,
right. Right.
pedophile priest cults,
Mm.
right? Because they know what they doing. If I didn't think they knew what they was doing, I wouldn't be hard on them. But because I know that they know what they doing, because they wrote about it. They wrote about the dirt they did and they celebrated it in secret and then they condemned it in the public.
Hmm.
Right. That's why they gotta have all that secret squirrel shit going on. While they doing a secret squirrel, they can celebrate all of the wickedness that they do um, among their peers, but they'll come out and tell us, we not doing no dirt. That's
Mm.
y'all out there. Y'all the criminals. Lock them up. We need a crime bill.
Mm.
We need a war on drugs. They bringing the dope over here, and the same people declaring the war on drugs. They're creating circumstances and situations. That way, you don't have to micromanage anybody.
Yeah. Mm.
You could create the condition, and the people will respond to the condition by nature.
Mm-hmm.
We've been in a perpetual state of war, but we didn't know who the enemy was, so we just fought anybody close.
Yeah.
So we fighting him because I wear blue, he wear red. I wear my cap to the right, he wear his to the left. Come on now. Can
Mm.
we find a better reason to fight each other? Like he broke in my house and tried to rape my sister, so I broke him up. You know,
Right.
that's a better reason than because he got his hat turned to the left and mine turned to the right.
Mm-hmm.
He from a different tribe than I'm from. They turned us against each other. They deliberately sent infiltrators in these programs. They wrote about them. The
Mm.
FBI snitch program. They wrote about it. They got documentaries on it. And they telling you exactly how they infiltrate us in those videos.
Mm.
But we don't know, we don't believe we're in a police state, and we don't believe we've been warlocked for 400 years. So as long as we don't believe it, you can't get out of the condition that you don't accept exists, because now you be fighting in vain. You don't believe it exists. Even though you can see all of the symptoms of it, we're not in control of our economics. We're not
Mm,
in control of our education. We're not in control of our entertainment. We're not in control of our labor for where we gonna work at, how we gonna work, when we gonna go.
mm-hmm,
We're not in charge of politics. We're not in charge of the religions of the world. Who is in charge?
hmm,
Because I got some questions for them suckers. But they hide and they do everything secret, so they look like they innocent, but they not innocent. They the dirt dealers.
mm,
Right? They the ones running the kind games on the most amount of people. And they say that the bigger the kind is, the easier it is to run. And that's why we've been trapped in this American corporate kind game for 235, 240 years.
mm,
Right? Because we didn't know, we thought it was real. We didn't know they was a running game on us. We thought that they was legit. They not legit. We the only ones legit. The original organic Mississippi ruddy red clay dirt walking around the land with this nappy hair to the wavy hair to the straight hair. Right? We came in multiple skin complexions. We didn't just start having light brights recently. That's old. We used to call them the children of the moon when they was lighter than like these Europeans like. But we had them. They was called the children of the moon. You can read about them in Isis Unveiled by Madame Blavatsky. She talk about the root races, then she talk about the moon race. And the moon race was the ones who was the light brights before Caucasians came along.
what happened
Today
to that?
we would call Ashurics and Syriacs, right? But most of them just, you know, amalgamate back into the main line. And then
Let
you
me,
end up with these $7.50 Indians. They $5 Indians mixed with real organics. So
damn.
they $7.50 Indians. They ain't $5 Indians.
Wow. That's a new one. That's a new one. $7.50 in there. Wow. Let me this brother here had a question in terms of the Bhagavad Gita. He wants to know about the 6 types of aggressors.
Right. That goes to the art of war. That's where the art of war is referenced in the Gita.
Mm,
And it's talking about the character types in the war. It's the same, they teach about it in any psychology class. They call personality types.
mm,
Right. And the 6 types of aggressor is the 6 agitators. The character types that's most likely to be an agitator in the circumstance that's conducive to him being a aggressor in his personality type based on his surroundings.
mm. Let's get to some questions before we get out here from the people in the chat. Let me put my brother Rod Hayes Cash App up here. For those who inquire about donating. Let me see, sick. Hey. All right, so we're gonna get to some Q&A. I'm interested in knowing what's on your minds. Powerful topic, the Bhagavad Gita. We're dealing with ancient text for today's awakening. The brother Rod Hayes, if you would like to show the brother uh, financial support. Somebody asked about Cash App. It's up on the screen. Rod Hayes Cash App, $ SikApe, SIKAPE. All right, y'all. Make sure you show the brother Rod Hayes some love, the Cash App love, and we're gonna get to some Q&A before we get out of here. All right. We're gonna start with this first one. What do you feel is the message of the Bhagavad Gita? I guess you kind of already touched on this, but what do you feel the message is of the Bhagavad Gita? I guess the overall message.
The overall message is in this spiritual war, don't be surprised who your adversary turn out to be.
Woo! Shit. Don't be surprised. What Biggie said in that song? He said, "Your mama have that ass line." What he said? Damn. And with 10 crack commandments, I think it was.
Yeah,
Your
he
mama had
said,
asked you properly
I
gathered.
can't remember. Yeah,
If y'all remember Biggie's line, he said something about your mom, his mom's in 10 crack commandments about how your own mother will set you up. If y'all remember, put it up, put it in the chat. Anybody who remembers that. But yeah, that's powerful, Rod. That is powerful. I'm gonna take questions about the Bhagavad Gita first. So if you have any particular questions, let me see about the Bhagavad Gita. Let me put it in the chat. Okay, well,
you know, I ain't read that. I ain't read that book in about 20 years.
yeah, wow, damn. Somebody said ask Rod about the 90-foot statue of Hanuman they just unveiled in Texas. You should deal
If
with that.
they that's that like the size of it matters. 90 feet.
Mm-hmm,
I'll have to go and look at the symbolism around it because the name of the city, the road it's on, all that stuff matter.
mm-hmm.
It's a sign. And Hanuman, Bobby Hemming talked about Hanuman too, by the way, for
Yeah.
if y'all want. But Hanuman is the Indian Monkey King, who is similar to Sun Wukong in China. And the Buddha called him Hanuman because he could do anything. So I'm not sure what their motive was. I have to read into it because it's going to be some signs that will explain why they put it there and what was the motive.
Yeah, I think that's the line from Biggie. Your mama be in the
Yeah,
bushes waiting to light that ass up,
yeah,
properly gassed
yeah,
up.
yeah. Probably gassed up your mama in the bushes waiting to light that ass up.
Shout out to Notorious B.I.G. Great lyricist. Great lyricist. Somebody says, what does it mean when you return with a sacred symbol imprinted on your skin?
You had a spiritual initiation. If you're talking about when you wake up out of your sleep, you went through a spiritual initiation on either the fourth or fifth dimension, and you had to bring a physical reminder in order to jar your senses so that you can activate that energy in the 3D. Same
Mm,
with birthmarks.
mhm. You got a birthmark, Rod?
I don't, but a lot of people that got birthmarks is telling us, like for instance, in some cultures, they look for an heir that have a familial birthmark that only the heir has.
Mhm,
And the islands, Tonga, Samoa, they really big on it, but they keep it concealed so that the settlers wouldn't exploit them with it.
mhm,
Right. So that's what those symbols be. People wake up with scratches on them. They be done went through a spiritual initiation. And sometimes they be done fought off some real wicked, nefarious forces, and you come out with the physical. It's like Morpheus told Neo in the Matrix, the mind makes it real.
mm, mhm, mm. Let me this next question. Let me get to this next one. I just seen something here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Somebody said, what does the Bhagavad Gita predate?
It predates the Bible, the Quran, the Torah. Well, all of that stuff is fairly new, but it's just reworks of ancient text. It's older than the Ethiopian Bible. It's pretty old.
Mhm. Is it older than the Sumerian text?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Mhm. All right, let's get to
I
uh
seen somebody say I must have knew Badine Bishop Wine in the shot. I worked at a club on the west side called Brick Social Club, and I met him in there like 2 or 3 times, but we never carried on any conversation of any significance. I
mhm.
was working as a bouncer, and my extended the conversation was, "Excuse me, brother, can you let these people pass? Thank you, I appreciate it."
Indeed. Somebody said any significance of Cleopatra during this time?
Cleopatra was 2,000 years ago, and Cleopatra was way after the Gita.
Mm-hmm. What because there's so much.
Sanskrit is the oldest language that's still spoken. It's the oldest language that's still spoken from the ancient world.
What?
All of these other languages, Latin and Greek and the derivatives, those are all languages that's under 4,000 years old.
What's the oldest language? What are you talking about?
Sanskrit, the language that the Gita is written in.
Yeah, Sanskrit. Okay.
Right. It's the oldest continuously still spoken language. You have some ancient cultures around the world, but a lot of us has been infiltrated by foreign additions to the local language. But English borrow a lot of words from Sanskrit, like the word avatar is the Sanskrit word. Um,
Yeah,
uh,
Avatar. I didn't know that.
yeah, yeah. Avatar is a Sanskrit word. It's not English. The word Aryan, not English. The word Aryan is a Sanskrit word, and it don't mean what they tell us it means. The original Aryans was they call them the untouchables now, but they got removed from their seats of power. Them was Inky kids got removed and replaced with Enlil kids that he had with an Earthborn.
Mm-hmm. Who originally who originally rocked the what's the origin? Like we talk about the origin of certain things. We knew Hitler was deep into the occult. And he started snatching symbols and shit. He had the swastika. Who originally rocked the swastika,
The
Rod?
swastika was a symbol from the ancient world that was global. And then it really originally, before they flipped it backwards, it originally meant balance with nature. But when they flipped it backwards, they meant imbalance with nature, belligerent to nature, and it was being used by Hitler to expose the pedophile priest cult.
What you mean,
And
like,
he came through the Thule Society.
yeah. So what you say balance? What do you mean, like balance with the feminine and masculine?
Balance with the feminine and masculine and balance with the world around you. So let's say I got a village that I'm feeding and I need to feed them and I got to go on a hunt. We didn't just hunt and just kill something and be done with it. We did a spiritual cleansing process before the hunt. Then when we killed the animal, we did a ceremony over the animal as we took the entrails out and spilt the blood on the ground. All of those things was overseen by priests that used to attend the hunt with the soldiers, with the warriors, with the ones that went out and did the hunt. Now they just take it to the slaughterhouse and slaughter it. But if you get something that's kosher or something that's halal, they have to follow the ancient processes. That's why it's kosher. That's why it's halal, because they following ancient practices in the cleansing of the carcass that they're about to consume.
Is there any connection, Rod? You talked about Yahweh being see, I got the hat here. You talked about Yahweh being a title, representing one
Mm.
who could balance the masculine and feminine. Is
Yeah.
there a connection then between the original swastika and the whole the title of Yahweh being that it's both dealing with balance and masculine and feminine? No, yes, what?
No, the swastika predate the English, the word Yahweh.
Predates Hebrew. That's why it predates the whole.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Sanskrit is way older than Hebrew. Hebrew's like one of the newer languages.
Yeah, the Hebrew is probably around 8,000 years old, but Sanskrit is at a minimum of 60,000 years old. Those scrolls you've seen,
Yeah.
some of them scrolls date back 300,000 years.
Woo, man. So what about the glyphs in Kemet? How old is those? The hieroglyphs. How old is that?
Those are about 7,000 years old.
Oh, so that's fairly new.
Yeah, but you gotta remember when Kemet was originally built, they didn't put hieroglyphics on everything.
Right, right, right. That
But
was
when the dynastic period came about, they began to write the hieroglyphics that was in the scrolls on in the stone. And this was because they had a prophecy that the human was going to go into a Kali Yuga, and he was going to be ignorant to who he is. So they had to put stuff in writing so we can discover it while we got amnesia and use it as a map to break the amnesia on the first one that can break it on themselves and tell everybody else how to break it. But once you understand the mechanics of the conjure, it don't work on you no more because your spiritual defenses are beginning to put protection in those areas by nature. This is why they had to do everything secret squirrel, and we do everything blatant in their face, out in the open. No retreat, no surrender. We just telling you what it is, and follow the oral tradition and inform as many of the clans people as possible because we want to empower our tribes. We don't want to take the power and concentrate it on one individual or two individuals. We want everybody to have a say. In the tribal way, if a 2-year-old got a coherent question, the adult obligated to ask it to the one who have the answer.
Right. But I just seen a question. They want to know, is the Bhagavad Gita designed to help connect you to your soul? Right.
It's wisdom teachings in there. Anything that you learn on earth, you gotta remember. It's unified field theory. All things are interconnected. Being exposed to ancient information is telling you something you knew before you was indoctrinated. There's something that you instinctively knew. Anything that you instinctively knew before you was indoctrinated into ignorance, it is an attempt to wake you up from the slumber. All of those ancient scrolls can facilitate your awakening. They got another one called the Zendavesta. That's from the Middle East. You have the Vedas, which is also a Hindu scroll,
The Bob
right?
Bob, Bob used to talk about the Rig Vedas. The Rig Vedas.
That's also a Hindu scroll,
Yeah.
right? And all of these different texts, they're going to do something different in the neurology. They're going to affect the brain different, the information and how you perceive it. If you go in there with your Christian dogma mindset of everything evil but the church, you're going to just be confuse yourself worse than you was before you went in there. But if you go in with an open mind and a clear conscience and you just a truth seeker, you're going to open up something in yourself that's going to allow you to go further.
Right. Rod, they want to know, are any cities in North America corresponding to cities in India that may affect us on the land?
We got twin cities all over. Not sure that it's one city in America that's a corresponding city to India. I think the only similarities I can immediately identify is New Orleans is equivalent to Bengali, the ancient city of India, because it's the oldest city that's still inhabited in India. And New Orleans is the oldest capital still inhabited in America.
Indeed. Somebody keeps asking this in the chat. I'm gonna let Rod answer your question because you done posted this question 7 times. They want to know, can you speak on on the alignment, the Earth between 4 gas giant?
The gas giants are speaking of certain types of planets. And I think we only got 2 in our solar system, is Jupiter and Saturn, if I'm not mistaken. But the other ones are in the planetary trail behind Nibiru. Right. And the alignment that he's talking about is a planetary alignment when Nibiru comes by, and they are juxtaposed. The 4 of them are juxtaposed at only for a short period of time, and it activate higher energies. But the specifically, that's happens every probably 36,000 years or so, whenever Nibiru makes its orbit.
Right. Somebody said, can you speak on taste mentioned in the Gita? bitter, sweet, sour, etc.
Well, you can study the science of taste and get that explained for yourself. That's
Mm-hmm.
an easy topic to research. It's talking about the um it's just giving him all of these little tidbits of understanding to look at things with the spiritual lens in the physical world. All these little tidbits that Lord Krishna is giving Arjuna is like keys to waking up. You looking at taste, you look at sound, smell, sight. We're talking five senses, and this is just the breakdown of the sense of taste.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. This is a question for me. Somebody said, Brother Rich, have you sent out the replay of the gathering? But I haven't received the replay. I started sending them out. You'll get the files are actually they're like 50 gigabytes. So I'm sending out a download, so it's taking a little longer. But half of y'all probably got it. That's in the chat. But you will get it soon, Nelly Barker. You will get it soon. But and I am in the process of sending it out. So you will get it soon, Nelly Barker. Somebody says, what did they call the land of India in Bhagavad Gita?
I don't remember. They got a name for it in there, but I don't remember.
Okay. Let's see what else. About this. Does Rod know anything about some called mitochondrial Eve?
Hmm. That's just the oldest continuous line from women that's been tested from around the world. The common mitochondrial ancestor is known as mitochondrial Eve.
Mm,
They got a National Geographic edition and a documentary on mitochondrial Eve, and they got one on what they call primordial atom.
mm. Indeed, indeed, indeed. All right, we're gonna do two more questions, then we're gonna get out of here. Um, Somebody said, "Can Rod touch? Where's it at? On geomancy? Can Rod touch on geomancy?"
That's the magical science, earth magic science, using the earth element as the primary instrument of your magical practice is called geomancy or charming of the earth. Is what it translates as earth charming.
Indeed, indeed. All right, all right. All right, last question for the night. Are there what y'all be saying? Are there two space and outer space above us and inner space in the ocean? Do you understand this? I don't,
I have no fucking clue what that's saying.
brother. Y'all gotta, I told y'all this before, the grammar. Y'all gotta, I know y'all gotta get this so we could understand, what y'all saying. You gotta get your grammar together. Uh Let me see. Yeah. Okay, where's this? Maya Mystic wants to know, how do Rod feel about chaos magic and sigils? Can it save the children?
Chaos magic is the ability to use every form of magic that you encounter. That's the true what true chaos magic is. You're not strictly stuck in one discipline. You use what works. And sigils is a badass science. That's one of the coldest stuff because you can activate the sigil, you can write the sigil, and you can use the sigil indefinitely, and it's going to work.
Mhm, mhm.
Sigil, I, I refer a lot of people that ask me to sigil magic because it's the same as writing an app for the brain.
Woo! Come on, Rod.
It's the code, it's the app code to create symbols that the brain can gather all this information from.
Powerful, powerful. I was just taking notes when you said that. Oh man. All right. Let's see. I think I'm gonna squeeze one more in. Uh okay. Somebody said, can Rod touch on the three types of hearing according to Hinduism? I don't know about that. I never heard of that.
I'm not sure what they're talking about. 'Cause Hinduism got so many different sciences within its teachings,
Yeah.
and then you got the ones who follow Kali Ma, the Thugi, and you got the Brahmins. Then you got the ones that's practitioners of Siva, and they all got different sciences that teach different ways
Right.
according to the their doctrines, and each one of them got different doctrines. Hinduism, it's not really a religion.
Mm-hmm.
Like a religion is used to control people.
Mm-hmm.
Hinduism is used to break people free spiritually, but they stuck in the caste system because that's a conjure.
Mm, 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 mm. Somebody wants to know, Rod, can he elaborate on how to tap into your eighth chakra?
First, you got to worry about the seven chakras before you start dealing with the 8, 9, 10, 11,
Right.
right? Which is actually the chakras in your palms and your feet. The other four, it could
Mm-hmm.
take you to 11, right? But some people believe the eighth chakra is about a foot above your head at the exit of the auric field.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the case. It's so many more chakras in the physical body before you start counting the chakras that are in your etheric body,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's like subjective to school of thought.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any chakras in your hand, Rod? You talk about the palm, your feet. Any chakras in your hand?
You right in the center of your palm,
Right in the center
right
of your
there. Yeah. If you face your palms together
palm.
and
Mm-hmm.
you focus,
You feel it?
you could feel it.
Yeah.
That's that's your chi. The stronger you can make that power between the palms, the stronger your auric field is, your spirit body.
Uh-huh.
And that exercise of pushing the palms until you feel that energy field, that's an activation. Once you get it activated, you keep doing it, the stronger you can get it. I mean, people can break the field. It'll literally raise the hair up on their arms in the early stages. But when you get good, you can turn it hot, you can turn it cold, you can make it produce scents, or
Mm-hmm.
you can make it produce moisture.
Mm-hmm.
All kind of stuff you could do just with the two chakras of the hand.
Mm-hmm.
The feet chakra is designed to communicate with Earth,
Mm-hmm.
specifically to communicate with Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everybody will tell you the ground, tell you to take your shoes off,
Mm-hmm.
because the chakras on the bottom of your feet. It's like every time you standing on the Earth, you plugged in to the Earth field.
Mm-hmm.
But when you put the rubber barrier of the soles of the shoes between it, you break the current.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's one of the tools that they use to accelerate our process of aging
Mm-hmm.
by
You know,
cutting us off from the earth.
right. So, all right. So we all know about healers. We hear the story about Jesus. Last question is coming from me. We hear the stories about Jesus laying hands on people. You know, hands. You just talked about the chi coming out of our hands. You lay hands on people. Sometime if you give a person a massage, you know they feel 1,000 times better after you touch them. You rub them or whatever. Um. So if we're known for thousands of years of healing people with our hands, something else that needs healing is and that's depleted is our soil. Can we heal the soil with our hands? Can we lay our hands? Because we hear about the feet, but can we lay hands on our soil and heal the soil the same way we do healing people with our hands, Rod, in order to get better
It's
food?
it's a different mind frame and it's a different energy projection. The easiest way to heal barren soil is get you some moringa leaves.
Right, right.
Moringa is like a miracle fertilizer for barren soil,
Mm-hmm,
right? And you could take powdered moringa, mix it with water, saturate some dead soil that won't grow nothing, and all kind of greenery will start popping up.
Yo, I already made up my mind, Rod. I don't care what nobody say. This is what I'm gonna do when I start with my food. Check this out. I'm gonna, and I'll be, I think like a musician. And me and Dr. B be kicking in about, I even asked Dr. B about, instead of saying affirmations, singing affirmations to your DNA and to your genes and shit. The same way you get the girl's panty wet and you make the girls go crazy, you might be able to make yourselves go crazy by singing in them or whatever, in a good way. This is what I'm gonna have when I have my farm, Rod. I'm gonna hire some singers and I'm gonna have them sing out in the fields over the place. They say during so-called slavery, we used to sing in the fields. I'm gonna hire people to sing in the fields where the food is at, Rod. They gonna be
They keep blaming everything we do on slavery. We were singing to the earth long before slavery was a concept.
There you go. There you go.
Right. We've been using the agency of sound at least 100,000 years to affect change in the physical reality. That's when they say speak a thing into existence. When you go to Kemet, they talk about the Husi, authoritative utterance with the exceptional insight. And all around the world, Kali Ma with her tongue hanging out, the mother's rage, where she calling you everything but a child of God. Woo. All of it is based on sound. It's based on the sound and the vibration of the singing. It affects the animals. Music soothes the savage beast. That's real.
Yo, that's true. Rod, so check it out. So you was on the show. I know I said I was gonna end that. When shit get good,
go ahead, brother Rich. I ain't got nowhere to go.
It was a show where it was you, Billy, Sharif, and B-Dell. And I think that was the show. Remember, I was playing the recorder. So I was outside late at night, and I was playing the recorder with the what do you call them? That chirping that be at night. What's that called? The
crickets.
The crickets. Yeah, I was recording the crickets at night. Just experimenting and shit like that. Now, when you play the crickets in reverse, it's the exact same. There's no reverse. There's no reverse, bro. If I say something and I play reverse, you hear them. There's no reverse with the crickets. Explain that to me, Rod. There's no reverse.
It's because it's only one pitch, one frequency.
Okay.
There's no other side to it.
Okay.
In order for you to have a reverse, you have a two-sided frequency, or else it's gonna sound the same frontwards or backwards. Right. And as you move vibrations up the sound barrier, you got sounds that affect matter and you got sounds that don't. You got sounds that affect water, cymatics, and you got sounds that don't. Right. And these experiment with these different sounds causes different things to take place in the energy that's in your surroundings. Right. Remember, Beethoven has the side effect of causing the child's brain to operate at a genius capacity. The same with Bach and a couple more of those classical artists.
They were so-called black, right? By the way,
most of them was. Beethoven was a brother. Amadeus was a mulatto.
Okay.
It's like how much of the drop of blood you want him to have, depending on, his nature knows no color line.
Yeah.
Warren G. Harding was president during the 1900s, and they hid his sister out because she was chocolate and he was vanilla. And then somebody on the campaign trail asked him if he was passing. He said, well, you asked me. Shoot, I wasn't born yet. There was a whole bunch of jumping back and forth across the fence back in them days. I could be anything.
Wow. Man.
Yeah, a lot of these people that we think pale faces is passing. Clark Gable, Fred Astaire, J. Edgar Hoover. There's a lot of them. They're just passing. Yeah. Jane Mansfield, Marilyn Monroe, they passing. That's why they got so much star power, because they still had that original drop that they came to get. And now, about 80% of these people we think is pale faces is passing. Right? You gotta remember, when they called the end to the war, what they called the Emancipation Proclamation, where they took the slaves from the plantation and the government owned them now. All of them people that they so-called set free that was mulattoes, where they go?
Mm.
We don't pay attention to the imitation of life.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Good point. Yeah.
You know, they all moved into the mainstream pale-faced communities and married into them, and we think that they a whole different people. They just got lightened up through amalgamation.
Right.
They pass it.
Right. Mm.
And if you want to know if they passing, all I could tell you is the booty don't lie.
Oh man! And on that note, man, yo, Rod. By the way, yo, Rod, I gotta call you tomorrow. I want to get you back on Patreon to do a follow up to the what's the what we did, the telepathy joint we did. I want to do a follow up on extrasensory perception. So I'm definitely gonna call you on that, and we try to set that up probably sometime next week or something like that. But man, what a show, y'all! What a show! I know y'all, and you know what be mad fun when we be doing these big panels. When we doing these panels, man, I gotta get you on one of those again, Rod. Gotta get you.
I only like being on the panel with certain people, but you got a pretty good feel of my energy, so you've been putting me on with everybody that I like to talk to.
You and Billy, y'all always be killing it on the panel together, man. So
hey, look, when me and Billy get to really spend some time together, man, y'all gonna be mind blown, because he always do something to trigger me to go to another level of knowledge.
Indeed.
And by me being able to chop it up with him, just feel his energy in person.
Yeah,
that's gonna be powerful for me.
Oh yeah. We gotta connect y'all in person, man. We gotta do something, man. Listen, Rob, man, it was a pleasure having you on here, man. Any information you want to leave the people with to contact you before you get out of here, leave it for the family? We still got about 3,000 people in the room. Shout out to everybody who's in the chat. Let the people know how they could get in touch with you, Rod.
Before I do that, Rich, I want to expound on something I seen in the comments.
Yes.
America is not ancient Egypt. I'm going to say that again. America is not ancient Egypt. America is not Northwest Africa. Egypt ain't even ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt wasn't called Egypt by the people that lived there. America can't be ancient Egypt when the term Egypt is a modern Greek term. Right? What it is the appropriation of global culture that took place into antediluvian world, covered the whole of the planet. The knowledge of the pyramid priests is the knowledge that built the earth. And that knowledge still exists in all continents. It's just pieces of it have been extracted, and now it's like putting together a big puzzle. The original temple of Isis was in Arizona, what we call the Grand Canyon. And there was the original pyramid complex. This was the Great Atlant that they became known as Atlantis after Plato called it Atlantis. But it wasn't Atlantis, it was the Great Atlant.
Right.
And the Atlanta is more properly named than Atlantis is. The people that they thawed out in Antarctica are ancient Atlanteans. They Lemurian Atlanteans. That was a flash froze civilization, and they thawed some of them people out. And then they told us this fabricated story that these people was part of an experiment of some people they brought from Africa. The same BS they told us about us over here. Them people that they was in Antarctica was already there. They already was there, frozen in the ice, and they used the cryostasis recovery method to thaw them people out. And that's when they found out that they didn't effed around. Right? So when people start trying to designate Turtle Island as Egypt or ancient Egypt or North Africa, it's because they're trying to disassociate us from this landmass as a people that was already here before any other settlers came. We were amalgamating and mixing with both Asians and Africans long before Columbus was even born.
Mm.
So stop listening to people tell y'all that y'all somewhere else. This Turtle Island, this is Atlantis. If they want to tell you this is something, don't let them tell you it's Egypt, because Egypt has only been named Egypt for probably about 800 years.
Mm-hmm.
In modern Egypt, with the current lines of demarcation, that came out in the 1800s as part of the scramble for Africa. So these people was being misleading, but some of them actually believe the bullshit they teaching.
Mm. Indeed. And on that note, any contact info for the people, Rod?
Y'all can catch me on Rod Hayes on Facebook, or the SikApe, almost the same as my um, CASHAPP, except it got the in front of it, on Instagram. Them the only two channels that I'm on. Otherwise, y'all catch me on Young Elder. Y'all can catch me right here on Brother Rich, or somebody else who might invite me to do a show. I'm thinking about opening up a TikTok for my live next.
Oh, that'll be powerful. Oh man, so many people on TikTok, Rod. Oh man, I got to get on there more too. The youth is on there heavy, Rod. They on
Mm-hmm.
heavy, man. So yeah. Hey, Rod, thank you. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Tomorrow, by the way, AA Rashid will be on tomorrow night, family. So tune in 9 o'clock tomorrow. I'm gonna have the brother AA Rashid.
Started, but this episode of Chiefing with the Chiefing with Chief Pontiac, is called The U.S. versus Us, Cowboys, Indians, and Outlaws. Y'all might want to share this one. This one, I'm just getting a shout out to all of the brothers out there and the sisters that's doing the work to try to get this message to our people of what happened to us and how we end up where we don't got our birthright. So I'm gonna use this device to try to share some receipts with y'all when I start going in. So share, and then share. And then post it on your other social media. Let them know on Instagram, Rod Hayes Live, on Facebook. This about to be one that's going to wake you fucking up. You finna wake the fuck up from this one. Because if you don't know we was at war, and you don't know that we was at war against the United States government, and you don't know that they the reason why we lost our identity from trying to hide from their assassins. But you don't even know who their assassins was. We about to get into it. The first thing that we need to understand is the United States is a federal corporation owned by the Crown of England and the Vatican. It's primarily a British holding. It used to be two corporations. It used to be the Virginia Trading Company, and it used to be the Northwest Trading Company, as the overseers of what they called the 13 colonies. And in the course of this, these two corporations merged in what we know as the Revolutionary War. They told us, hold on, I'm looking up a receipt right quick. So what they told us, that the Indians was scalping the paleface cowboys, and they told us that it was some people with they call Native Americans now. We call them $5 Indians because they was created by the Dawes Roll and the Dawes Act. For a fee of $5, they entered them on the roll. It was a trail of tears when they switched us out with the $5 Indians under Andrew Jackson. Right? Now, the receipt I was just looking up was Genghis Khan's descendants. Now, I told people on the Young Elder show, I said, look, the Moors was called Etruscans before they became Moors after King Maurice of the Ottomans. And these Moors was at war with several different subgroups of people. They was at war taking prisoners of war from the Huns, as in Attila the Hun. They were at war with the Khans, as in Genghis Khan. And they was at war with the people of India called the Vedics. And these are the people that made up the European slave class. And then they had the Indo-European, no, the Neo-European is the correct term. Neo means new. They had the Neo-European offspring that they had in the harems that they amalgamated with and created what we call today the Khazarians. The Khazarians is from a place in Europe called the Prussian Mountains. The Prussian Mountains was once called Khazaria. The Prussian Empire was a post Roman Empire that rose up prior to modern day Russia. We had strong support in our wars with the French, Portuguese, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Italians. We was fighting all of them niggas. They wasn't pale faces yet. Pale face don't start making it over here until like the 17 and 1800s. The first wave they brought over, when they tell you that they had slaves on the Mayflower. Well, you got to know the people that was on the Mayflower, which was known as the good ship Plymouth. When Malcolm say we didn't land on Plymouth Rock landed on us. That's what he was talking about. So they had the 3 ships that came before them with Columbus, the Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Maria. These 3 ships was led by niggas. But see, they wasn't called niggas. We gonna go into the history of how we got to be called niggas, because we wasn't called niggas, we was called nagas. And they know who we were, and they waged war against us because all of the high chiefs was in what was called the between life cycles. That means there was no high chiefs on the land, and that they outranked them in the lodges by ranking system. Because there was no high chiefs, they didn't respect the chiefs that was in training, learning to rule as the chiefs. Now, the people they brought over here with them, we call them today Native Americans and $5 Indians. If you go to Google, and if you think I'm playing, you can do it, but I'm about to pull it up for y'all 1 second. And you say, how many people, men, are descendants of Genghis Khan? Now, the basic statistic is that it's 1 in 200 people that descend from men that descend from Genghis Khan following his Y chromosome, right? Now, notice we over here, we have what was called the Amaru Khans in southwestern United States. It was an amalgamation of the Chinese royal families under Genghis Khan, under Kublai Khan, and the rest of the family that was marrying and intermarrying into the old Mississippians. And the old Mississippians is the Earth Root tribe. Now, Genghis Khan had a ridiculous amount of offspring. And his son, Kublai Khan, who was his successor, also had a ridiculous number of offspring spread in the Y chromosome of the Khans. But they was not the Lee family. The Lee family is an entirely different group of Asians that was chocolate color with straight hair. They married into the lines in the after Columbus's settlement when they came in to assist with the construction of the railroads, the iron workers of the railroads, and they made truces with the railroad Mississippians, them 7-foot tall, muscle-bound Crips, them 7'4" muscle-bound Bloods, but they wasn't called that at that time. They was just the old Mississippians. They was the Toltecs. They was the Maya. They was the Inca. They were the Aztecs. They was the how you say that word in the native tongue? Nah, which is the people. Just like when they came in with the Spanish language, they couldn't pronounce the way that we pronounce our words. And that's why in our Southern drawl, we have a whole different descriptive analysis of our communication with these people. So you see me and Young Elder was doing the City Slicker Country Boy Code Flip Tribe Talk in the public, in everybody's face, so that y'all could see that just because he a little bit of country and just because I'm a little bit of city don't mean we don't know who he is and that we know the lingo of the tribes, even when we move into modern times using a foreign language, a foreign spiritual concept called religion that didn't exist over here prior to 1492. We was one with nature, one with the earth. Under Father Sky, we roamed across Mother Earth. And at any given time that we needed to call the ancestors, we looked to the sky and we spoke to the great father who walks with the black dog on his heels. For those who don't know what that is, that's the Osirian connection. In your biblical Greek, the word for heaven is Orionos. We talking about the great hunter Orion, which when he's in physical form on earth, he becomes the great father who walks with a black dog on his heels. And I keep a black dog, and don't make me flip my camera and show you he ain't sitting right here. Right? Now, when they came, they brought Mongolians, Huns, and Vedics to do their heavy lifting for them. It was not for another 200 years when warfare and the ones escaping the plantation was them $5 Indians. They had 2 POW camps set up. One major camp in the north, one major camp in the south. Then the South diversified and opened up several different that became known as the Plantation South. The Plantation South, remember, the first part of the plantation is plan, and the second part is Asian, which comes from a nation. It's a national plan. It's a plan to take over your nation. The plantation became the modern day plant or workers' unions, was what we were guilds. When they got here, we had organized workforces. Our families was named after the stuff that they done. The Bridges family built bridges, right? the Banks family worked at Big Mama Banks, and we had Big Mama Banks all across the land. This is where your outlaws come in. But we're going to get back to the economic hitmen because they come up a little later in this story. So they plotting on how to get and conquer the ones of these nappy head Negroes out west. We talking about your Pyrus. We talking about your rolling 60s, your rolling 20s, your OG blood sets, right? Your treetop Pyrus. All of them is ancient clans. The name reveals who they is when you know what side of the family lineage they coming in on, and the trick is to turn us against each other. So this is one of them ones where the OGs out west sit the YGs down and say, this how they did it. This the one right here. This how they did it. So they brought the Mongolians, they brought the Vedics, and they brought the Huns that was in captivity. This is your Mississippi Masala story. Shout out to Denzel, because King Kong ain't got shit on me. Because motherfucking Gorilla Grodd, GD Rod, is knocking on this bitch today. So, when they get over here, and they are switching us out. Now remember, these three groups that they brought have similar spiritual practices and backgrounds. They've been misled by their captives that bringing them over here in a hostile manner. Remember, it takes 90 days to get from Africa to the nearest point in the Americas. It takes 2 weeks to get from Europe to America. What's more practical, to bring your slaves from Africa or to bring your slaves with you that you already have in captivity in slave villages called ghettos? Ghettos don't originate over here. Go back to Warsaw, World War II. Who lived in the ghettos? It was the so-called Jews. But them ain't the Jews. They moved up north into Switzerland. This is why when they had that last war in France with the Swiss, they all went into them underground tunnels over there. The whole country of Switzerland didn't even know that they had a whole bunch of darkies with kinky hair walking around in the tunnels under their feet while they was the neutral territory. The only reason they neutral because they was fending us off, putting us against each other on both sides, the east versus the west, the north versus the south. The south will rise again when it never failed. It was undermined. It was usurped on a sweetheart swindle. Big Mama got hooked up with a banker, and he was a Scottish Rite 32-degree Freemason. This is your George Washington cherry tree Masonic Moorish code. George Washington didn't chop down no cherry tree. He raped the heir, not the female heir. He raped the male heir because the only way he can stop him from ousting him from the land, because he was the only high chief at the time, is to rupture his root chakra, his cherry, bust his cherry, his duke shoot. Babylonian sex magic. Go look it up. Babylonian blood magic. Go look it up. They using all of this against us. Babylonian money magic. They use it and they incorporated it all in the biblical text that they sent a pedophile priest cult over first to rock us to sleep. Because you notice, when Columbus came, he wasn't guns a-blazing. He had to go back and give a report to somebody. They say it was Isabella and Ferdinand, but they was beheaded. So we know they was in cahoots with the Dirty Moors, because that's why they got beheaded. But then you still got these uprisings all across France, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, trying to get rid of these motherfuckers that's coming over here. The first stop they was stopped at was northwestern Africa, a.k.a. Al-Maghrib. There was no Morocco. There was no Libya. There was no Tunis. None of them countries existed when Columbus came here. That was a broad territory of land called Al Maghrib. And then the part that was Afrique was a little river valley stronghold of the traders who sold out Hannibal of Carthage, right? Up there, there's a little river run called Afrique. This is where they got the whole concept to call Africa after the Berlin Conference, because it was a play on Afrique. If you go to the Arabic, the word Ifraka is what they were saying in the negotiations at the Berlin Conference when they divided the continent up over there. Now remember, all the way down into Brazil, coming up into the islands, we've been marrying and intermingling and intermarrying with Africans for thousands of years before Columbus came. So this is why they use the African narrative to disassociate us from the land. But in their science, we not called Africans. In their science, they call us Los Negritos. Look up it. I'm going to pull it up, see what it say. We a whole different genetic stock from the whole of Africa. We were called by these people Los Negritos, right? Then they translated to in modern English as the little niggas. That's what the negrito means, little nigger, in modern English. Now, when they was doing this, we was fighting the Gullah Wars in Florida. We were fighting South America. We was fighting Cortez and the hordes that came looking for Cordoba. Cordoba, the city of gold. Cordoba means gold. They was looking for the city called Cordoba. And Cordoba is supposed to have been where we had our gold reserves, and they was looking in the wrong hemisphere. They was looking in South America. But if you go to the Nicolas Cage movie called National Treasure, it'll show you where our gold was kept, and it's still there. It got dust on it because Big Mama shut her bank down, and even the goddamn devil don't want to go up in there messing with Big Mama stuff. He gonna try to trick us into surrendering Big Mama stuff to him so that he can say that we surrendered our birthright. We ain't back down. We ain't quit. We ain't retreat. We didn't surrender. We backed up, regrouped, came a different way to fight a different war. Now, during this time, they had something called U.S., let me pull it up, U.S. Indian bounties. And look what it says. The United States government and colonial authorities offered bounties on Native American scalps and other body parts from the 17th to the 19th century. Now, they came in 1492. That was the 15th century. So from the 1500s to the 1800s, there was a bounty on our head. It's a Spencer Phipps proclamation in 1755. The Massachusetts Lieutenant Governor issued the Spencer Phipps proclamation, which offered bounties for Penobscot Indians captured and brought to Boston. The bounty was 50 pounds for a living male captive, 40 pounds for a dead male scalp, 25 pounds for a female scalp, and 20 pounds for a child scalp. They was killing the babies like they doing now. Now look, pay attention. This is not denominations known as dollars. Who weigh their money in pounds? Straight motherfucking British. That's British money market value until they switched over to the euro. Now, New Hampshire, 1724, the New Hampshire legislature authorized a bounty of 100 pounds for each male scalp turned in. Women's scalp were worth half as much as men's, and children's scalps were worth half as much as women's. That means it was $100 for a man, $50 for a woman's scalp, $25 for a child scalp. These the people that's running this country that Trump is fighting against. This is who they fighting against. The same motherfuckers, they haven't changed. The same motherfuckers that tried to kill Tupac. The same motherfuckers that tried to kill Nipsey Hussle. I got the nigga page when he put the hit on him. I seen it all. His mama told me where to look, and I found that shit. So I know the nigga, what he looked like. This nigga walked up on me in the penitentiary in the 90s. And then I see this motherfucker in California with Nip. And then he tried to use my motherfucking rap name. But he couldn't spell it right to break the conjure. Because they thought they was going to trick me into giving them the keys to the house. It ain't going to work because I'm always 10 steps ahead of you motherfuckers. This is chess, not checkers. What Tupac say? We done seen too many real players fall to let these bitch niggas beat us. Right? So this probably going to be a flagged ass video. So if you're going to put it up on a different channel, you might want to do some beeping or some silent marks on some of the profanity, because I'm cutting loose on their ass today. Now, California, remember, we got these Bloods, these Crips, these Cholos, these Vatos, these Lokes, all out there in Cali. At one point, California offered a bounty of around $25 for a male body part and $5 for a child or a woman. It goes on. That's not all of them. The U.S. Dakota War 1862 bounties. Indigenous people, they off reminder, and that ain't it. Phipps Bounty Proclamation, Upstandard Project. The California Indian Scalp Bounty. Scalping, Wikipedia. Now, they've been telling us that the Buffalo Soldiers, right, was some other people. How is you a Buffalo Soldier and you ain't from where the Buffalo from? First of all. So the Black Buffalo Clan is the stealth priests responsible to defend all nations whose totem animal is the great buffalo called the Tatanka. If you want to know who Angel Bay is, that's him. The Chicago Bull is the bison. He's supposed to gore all of these motherfuckers, which brings us to the Vice Lord, Bobby Gore. Bobby Gore is one of the 5 Lord Kings, right? This is all tribal shit. This is not no gang banging shit. We brain banging in this motherfucker. And I'm gonna bang y'all brains free today. These motherfuckers then, they instituted a regional separation of tribes. This is what they did. They sent a contingent to the northeast to fight the Indians or the organics of the New York territories. New York was not the name of the place, right? This is where your Shinnecock come from, your ODB, your LL Cool J, your Flavor Flav, them Shinnecock. Then they sent another contingent, because remember, we was all going to the south to fight the Gullah War. They backdooring us the whole time, and we don't know it. So while we going to the south, to Florida, to fight in the Gullah Wars, because Big Mama said all hands on deck. Big Mama got her gun, and we rolling. Ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing. All we want to know is, what part of the war is you going to fight, and I'm going to go get the other part that you don't know about. Now, while we going down there, they send these niggas, Lewis and Clark. They wasn't pale faced like they told us. Them was some melanated Moors. And they had a translator with them that they try to cover up. Then y'all know him in the history books as Big Ben Bay, Benjamin Banneker, who is in the George Washington Memorial with all of the dirty Moors that we went to war with. Let that sink in. Big Ben Bay, Benjamin Banneker, the first American to so-called make a clock. We don't need no clock. We beyond time. We ageless, timeless souls. So they create the clock in order to trap us in the confines of a construct called time. Somebody call 19 Keys. We finna seal this up. Somebody call Yaki Awaken. We finna wrap this up. Somebody call Seven Bomar. Somebody call Arisha Bookman down there in Florida. Somebody call Sharice. Somebody call my Phoenix Rising. We about to wrap this shit up today. So we've been fighting a war for 500 years, protracted struggle. Since 1492, we've been the indigenous motherfucking warriors battling this machine. The war is not going to stay bloody warfare. We fought to a stalemate. The French sent a contingent to Haiti, got their ass whooped. That's divine insight. That's why he in there. He's in prison in the territory that the French formerly occupied as part of the Louisiana Purchase. That's Tucson, right? So now you come to Chief Pontiac, up here with the Ottawa, and the Chippewa, and the Saginaw, right? We all up here in the murder mitten, fighting the same dirty motherfuckers. They come up here, so they start sliding these $5 Indians into our camps, selling them in what's called the Freemason auction. And if you don't believe they was auctioning us back off after they captured us on a different part of the land, it's a book called The Moors and Freemasonry that talks about the auctions. They was selling us back to our tribes, but they wouldn't sell you back to the tribe you was from. They sold you to a foreign tribe, and that's how they slid these $5 Indians in on us. When they slide the $5 Indians, how you know they there? Because they stabbing us in the back, literally. Chief Pontiac got stabbed in the back by a $3 Indian. I don't even want to call him $5, $2.50, make change, nigga. Right? So we at war. We at war. The old Mississippians is backing up the Louisiana territory and the Port Nola. That was the intake for immigrants. Go ask Chief Warhorse if you think I'm lying. Right? So we had to send troops there. Now they done went around with DeSoto and them, they went around South America, come up and bomb the Califia Queens. This was an all-women's resort, goddess glow-up type situation that all of the women, when they went through their rites of passage, had the option to go do their intern to develop their femininity in that succulent sexiness of the woman. And this is where we really went, the West Coast G's went off the charts. Because half of them is on their way to Florida when they making a double back. Okay, so now in come the Cowboys. They didn't call them boys. They didn't call Paleface boy. Who was the Cowboys? Cherokee Bill and them. Right? Cherokee Bill and them is the Cowboys. The Buffalo Soldiers ain't no motherfucker. They not working for them people. The real Buffalo Soldiers was the Black Buffalo clan that came in on the cleanup. Angel Bay, Chief Malik, Jeff Ford out of Chicago is the leader of them, the law on the land, the Buffalo, the Tatanka, the Big Bull, right? And so now we don't want to talk about this stuff because they got us thinking we the devil. They got us thinking we evil. They got us thinking we wicked. They got us thinking everything but who we is. We the gods of the earth. We the salt of this motherfucker. We would change the culture in your face on the drop of a dime. If you don't think we will, watch when y'all take rock and roll how we switch up to hip hop. Watch how y'all take jazz, we switch up to disco. When y'all tried to take ragtime, we switched up to hard bop. When y'all took the hard bop, we switched up to bebop. Right? When y'all tried to take the blues, we dropped the rhythm and blues. We keep moving. Y'all trying to keep up with us. We ain't keeping up with y'all. Right? So now we have to use every stratagem of war. Why? It's a book called Strategies of the Crescent Moon. And it's quoting from the Quran that the Moors follow. That's from these Islamic Ottoman fallen agents that's being exiled over here. They throwing the trash out and they dumping it on our shores. And they ain't never stopped dumping trash since they got here. Everything we did was harmonious with the earth before 1492. Now, nothing we do is in harmony with the planet. Whose fault is that? We didn't do that. That's not our doing. That's some foreign outsiders interfering in our cultural behaviors that's natural to us. We will whoop a motherfucker ass. Don't get it twisted. We will go upside. But when we realize that, wait a minute, they turning me against my cousin and them. Let me go talk to my uncle and let him know what they doing to me and my cousin, trying to turn us against each other so he can tell us how to fight this war the right way. Matula Shakur. Right? Farrakhan. What we supposed to do? We need some guidance. We need some direction. They killing off our generals in real time. Right? And so if they killing off our generals, we got to disguise them as regular niggas. Regular old niggas. They got to be just as plain and regular as everybody else, but they got to be able to peep game. Good game, people are game, like a rhino running through the roughest pack. They say to them a trigger happy, so I step back, breathe. Right? That's a Flintstone. The Flintstone cartoon with the Buffalo Lodge is about the Buffalo soldiers who was stationed in Flint, Michigan, that became known as Flintstones to the tribes. Right? I'm telling y'all where everybody at. It's up to y'all to put it together and to get the message out to the rest of us. It's over with. They can't beat us. They couldn't beat us with the hands. They lost that fight. They couldn't beat us with the guns. They brought the guns and still lost that fight. Now they want to come with the bombs. They blew us up. They flooded us out. They burnt up our cities. They burnt up our families. Giant Africa, Philadelphia moved. They didn't stop. We had to stop because we had to educate ourselves out of the condition, and we knew they was going to cheat. That's why we walk around with a handbook of their rules. Right? All of the rules to the game is in their books, the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, all they perverted holy books that's all about molestation of children, a murderous, rampaging deity that's running around killing everybody and blaming the devil of being the evil one who didn't kill nobody. I don't think he might have one body in the whole Bible. And, right? So now, they come in, Muhammad, on his night journey, riding his Baruch, which is an ass, right? But that's supposed to have been the Jesus story, so they had to turn it into a mythical beast. So they can't tell you that Muhammad rode into town on an ass because that's what ISIS did. Because Big Mama don't walk nowhere unless she choose to. Because one of her baby boys is going to pull up in a limousine. They going to pull up with the motorcade. They going to pull up with the security. When y'all realize what's going on and y'all realize how they played us against each other, we gonna stop fighting each other and we gonna start seeing them dirty Moors. They gonna expose theyself. They gonna expose theyself because they not gonna be able to contain theyself when we know who we are. They gonna expose theyself. They gonna tell on theyself. They gonna try to do everything to tear us down. But they ain't gonna be able to do it because we know who we is now. The gig is up. Them old Mississippian gorilla-knocking tribes is coming to the forefront to reclaim what's rightfully ours, and we done already did it. I done walked them through the whole process. They look like us. They ain't us. Ask Kendrick if you think I'm playing. Matter of fact, don't even ask Kendrick. Ask the dragon, the Draco. Drake. Right? Because he'll tell you, no, they ain't like us. Right? But I bet you he be grass dancing like a original. When he telling you what Kendrick said, they ain't like us, Drake gonna be grass dancing. Old native tribal stomping. Y'all gotta pay attention, man. They playing these dynamics out as artists to slide into the public domain, the secret, and put it in the open. It's in the open now. The gig is up. The cat is out the bag. These OG Negroes that y'all called nigga, we didn't realize that what y'all couldn't pronounce was the Nagas. And we didn't linked up with the Amaru. and the cons. And we done formed tribal confederacies under your nose, making peace treaties on the slab, on the grave, in the penitentiary. See, you keep throwing people in the penitentiary and you think we too stupid. Remember, we couldn't end the Attica riot until we had that conversation with the minister, because he needed to know, we needed to know where he stand. Go back and look at the Attica riots, the 71 Attica riots. What ended the riots? We needed to get a message to somebody, and we needed to get a message from somebody. Go find out who we asked for. Then you will understand how this shit is played. We playing chess on the highest level. They playing fourth dimensional chess. I'm laughing at them because I'm playing ninth dimensional chess. They ain't even got to my dimension yet, let alone come around here and tell us who we is. We know who we is. Chief Pontiac know who we is. I inherited that fight, and I'm going to take this motherfucker to the hilt. They know. I went down to the police station, to the sheriff's office, and told them, y'all on my territory. I need y'all to start packing y'all shit. And they looking at me like I'm from outer space, like, who is you? You don't know who I am now, but when it's all said and done, you gonna know Chief Pontiac spoke. You ain't got no business here without my permission. Not on my land. And it's just like Tupac said. If I'm going out on my own land. You're not finna take me out on no foreign soil, on another chief's territory. You're not finna pull me up under a different chief's land and execute me so that chief can take the fall from it from the rest of the tribes. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Y'all don't know who, I'm telling y'all, the Bone Thugs and Harmony. Them all Cleveland Indians. Them Ohio boys. They right down the street from me. Busy know what's up. Go listen to Busy. He ain't crazy. He know exactly what he talking about. He an old red man chief. He came back a little lighter due to amalgamation, because he in past lives he was my complexion, but I was much darker too. Right? But now we see the whole game. The battlefield is upside down now. We didn't expose all of the dirty players. If Malachi York didn't expose them, Farrakhan exposed them. If Farrakhan didn't expose them, Clarence 13X exposed. If he didn't expose them, Yahweh Ben Yahweh exposed them. Every time they come at one of us, they expose their hand as to who they really is. Martin Luther King. Who killed his mama? A Hebrew Israelite. Why do that matter? Because that's who we've been fighting this whole time. Moorish Zionist Jews who live in gated communities in upstate New York. They live in gated communities in upstate New Jersey. They live in gated communities in California. They look at us like parasites, but they sucking the blood out of us. They calling us the parasite, and they sucking our lifeblood. And our children is just supposed to suffer, grit and bear it while they raping our babies. And we ain't supposed to say nothing. We ain't supposed to do nothing. We supposed to go along to get along. Nigga, bullshit. That old Martian shit is over with. Because I'm telling you now, if Chief Pontiac Rod Hayes march somewhere, I'm going to have about 100,000 Crips, about 100,000 Bloods, about 100,000 Vice Lords, about 100,000 GDs, about 100,000 BDs, about 100,000 Black Souls. I'm having every tribe, 100,000 Hell's Angels, 100,000 of them, the pale faces that took over the KKK, because y'all thinking that was a Christian organization. That was a secret society that was formerly known as the Black Brotherhood of Spain, and them niggas is still over there in the same regalia they was in when they brought that shit over here. And that's the black hen they feared in the South. That Clayton Bigsby ass nigga who hand hanging from under the robe. Fuck them niggas. I don't got no mercy for them. I don't got no sympathy for them. I don't want no, don't come shaking my hand. Don't come kissing my ass. Get off the land. Get off the, y'all want the wrong people off the land. I want the dirty players off the land. I want the turncoats, the backstabbers, the usurpers, the interlopers, the ones masquerading like they original to the land and they all the time foreign agents. They not registered under the Foreign Agent Act. Because they don't want you to know the United States is a foreign corporation. It was set up the same way they set Halliburton up in Iraq and Afghanistan after the Gulf War. It's the same corporation. Northwest Trading Company, Virginia Trading Company, merged again, and they became known as the United States Corporation. But we don't know this because they got us believing that we won the Revolutionary War and the North won the Civil War. Bullshit and bullshit. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. But as long as we letting them tell the story and control the narrative, we victims to the system. They waged war against us. Look, they call us non-treaty tribes, outlaw tribes. This is your outlaws. Not the motherfucking economic hitmen that they was sending in to rob Big Mama banks. Go back and watch the movie Hateful Eight again. Go back and watch that other movie with Cherokee Bill in them. And you see who was doing the robbing. They look like us, but they not us. That we was fighting people that looked like us, but they wasn't us. They were scared of them brothers that came out of the deep south of Louisiana that looked like Bass Reeves with that super mustache, right? Now, this is the one for my Latinos. Jefe Blanco, the man with the white suit. Jefe Blanco, the man with the white suit. That nigga is the one who went and slid up under Cesar Chavez, not Cesar Chavez, Pancho Villa, and had him sell out Emilio Zapata, the real soldier in the revolution for the Mexicans. The real Zapatista, right? Y'all don't know about this because y'all not saturated in the revolution of your freedom and overthrowing a foreign agent that's sitting on your back. I got tutored by some of the coldest OGs that you ever want to see, and they told me. So when the Mexican OGs told me about the conquistadors, and then these brothers telling me about the dirty Moors, and then the righteous Moors is being tricked out of their money by the dirty Moors in the Moors house, and I don't supposed to see none of that, got me twisted. I'm seeing it all. I don't turn the blind eye to bullshit. I look at that motherfucking bullshit straight in this motherfucking eye. Right? They got my chief locked up for 50 fucking years for nothing. They done set this man up. This man ain't did nothing. They done accused this man of ordering some shit with no evidence that he ordered nothing. COINTELPRO operations, Rex 84. If it ever come a time where they realize who they is, we gonna round all of their leaders up, all of the men that could possibly be this so-called black messiah. Ain't no goddamn black messiah that's no man. The black messiah is a woman, you stupid motherfuckers. The black messiah, the only black messiah is the black woman. You can't escape that. I wouldn't give a fuck if I married 1,000 white chicks today. The truth of the matter is the anointed one is the black Madonna. That's Empress Redbird, and you don't have to believe me. When these motherfuckers get done bowing down, though, y'all gonna believe me. Y'all gonna know, goddamn, that nigga out cold. I was looking for her. She was looking for me, but I ain't know who I was looking for till I bumped into her. She had all of the receipts to all of the work I was doing, and I couldn't figure out. She got to be the one because they gave her the paperwork that they wrote. Foundational documents, fruit of the poison tree doctrine. This is how you overthrow them motherfuckers. You can fight them in their courts, and you're gonna lose because they don't got... None of us, organic originals, we all fall under the 3/5 compromise Dred Scott because we don't know who we are and we don't know where we at. Well, today we know who we are and we know where we at. We 5/5 realized, bitch. Run my shit. Make my people whole. We ain't talking about let my people go. No. Unloose my shit. That's what you do. Because pretty soon we get to the point where I'm going to have to unloose some thugs. I'm going to have to unloose some outlaws, some 1% bikers. I'm going to have to unleash them. I don't want to do it. The big mama told me, my mama told me when I was growing up, she said, baby, if you do what I tell you, you ain't going to have to fight nobody. All you going to have to do is claim what's yours. I'm claiming what's mine. Only way I can claim mine is to tell you who the rightful heirs is. And all over the world, it's a collection of big mamas. Different skin tones, different hair textures. This is what you see when you see the Filipino pop up on Dr. Kia Pruitt's show, talking about she an heir. She ain't lying. She ain't lying. She from the White Dragon clan over there. Trump had to go to her family to get the receipt in order to prove that we was over here claiming our shit in order to get our gold from the Vatican. 650 planes of gold taken from the Vatican under Donald J. Trump. Come on now. Y'all don't see this stage show playing out, this theatrical performance that they called an election. Stop falling for their shenanigans. Stop falling for it. This shit is over with. This shit is over with. We on fire today. We not playing. Right? Somebody let Brother Rich know. Post this on, put this up on this page when I get done. Tell young girl to put this motherfucker up. We going in. Now, they put the $5 bounty out, but the history books, they telling you that these natives is scalping the 49ers, the ones going out there to mine for gold. There we go to that gold shit again. They going to California to mine for the gold, but they don't know that not only is it gold in the land, the people in California is the gold. That's the grit, that's the worth, that's the value, because only the people from California can function correctly in California in order to control the resources of the land, the air, and the water, which is the Great Law, which overrides the law of the high seas, which sinks your maritime ship. Your motherfucking ship was sunk on January the 6th. Pelosi, we sent the shaman. He was pale-facing a motherfucker, but he came and sat behind that desk, and he only had to be there for 1 minute, and he sat there for 5. And the police let him in. And the DC police let him in. All them people that they talking about was insurrectionists on January the 6th was let in and gave a whole tour by the motherfucking Capitol Police. And when they was leaving with podiums and shit, that was called capturing the ship. For those who don't know, Battleship is a game that we used to play back in the 70s and the 60s. Well, I started playing it in the 70s. I was a little boy because I was born in the late 60s. But we sank their battleship that day. It was over with that day. Now, we just going through this to make sure that y'all know what happened. Because only by y'all knowing what happened will y'all understand what we doing when we reclaiming the land. When SikApe put the Pope on notice, she said, the chiefs have been selected across the land. Govern yourself accordingly. And he was froze because he knew that she was not playing. What'd he do? He went back to the Vatican and sent back a response. Discovery doctrine rescinded. That means every piece of paper founded on the discovery doctrine, including your United States Constitution, your secondary corporate constitution, including your right to settle, your white man's birth, all that was rescinded under the discovery doctrine. The only problem was they keep calling us minors. They ain't talking about coal miners. They ain't talking about gold miners. They calling us minors because in law, a minor means you an imbecile in law. Cali with me, though. I ain't worried about it. Cali with me. They ain't playing. Look, when I told them hit them in the pockets, what the OGs say? Look, under Cali law, the legal beagles talking out of the system now. Under Cali law, you know if it's more than 300 people, that's considered a riot, and nobody can get more than 30 days for a riot, participate in the riot, because it falls under the control of irresistible impulse. And the supporting document is a book called The Crowd by Gustave Le Bon, where he say that under the influence of the crowd, the individual loses all sense of itself and only can follow the will and the power that the crowd drives him in. Hello, critical mass, 100 monkey effect, bust them in they badussi. That's what you do. 100 monkey effect. Bust them in they badussi. So what they do? 1,000 niggas in Nordstrom. 1,000 niggas in the jewelry store. 1,000 niggas on the train. That's mob action. That's mob action. That's MOB. That's mothers over bitches, we say. Right? Mothers over bitches. We love the mothers, but we don't give a damn about a bitch. Because they sent them slimy bitches in to undermine us and get us caught up in these child support cases, in these sex cases, and all of these fabricated molestation cases, while they protecting the pedophiles that's coming into the schools dressed like women. All the time, this motherfucker got a beard thicker than mine, a mustache and eyebrows thicker than mine, talking about he don't know if he a man or a woman, and he in a dress reading books to your kids in the name of the goddamn Statue of Liberty, drag queen, pedophile, priest cults from Rome. This the fall of Rome. Babylon been failed. I've been told y'all that. I announced the fall of Babylon in 2018, 2019. So Babylon over with, and this is the last grip that we breaking. Soon as y'all understand the United States is not our government, the United States only want us to vote. Your vote don't mean nothing. They don't want the voter. They want the organizer, so they can know who to pay off, who to bribe, who to give benefits to keep the rest of the niggas under control, and it ain't working no more. Because even the ones who they thought didn't see their game, peeping their game now, they're like, hold on, there's a new group of chiefs coming up, and these motherfuckers is beating their chest like some real gorillas. They like some George Jackson, Soledad Brother, Black August type shit. Niggas like that, the quintessential destructive force of nature, all in the form of pure intelligence. We don't have to beat up nobody. All we got to do is get our clans to know what's going on. We ready. We ready. Ship this out west. Let them Crips and them Bloods dissect this for the YGs. Let the OGs break this down. The triple OGs break this down for the YGs. Let them know what I'm talking about. Pull the receipts that I'm calling out while I'm calling them out, and y'all see this shit clear as day. They can fool a whole bunch of people, but they can't fool me. My mama told me a long time ago, it's okay to be fooled, but don't be nobody's damn fool. Right? So I took the fool's journey and became the fucking hero at the end of the tarot deck, when I started off as the zero and ended up sitting in the emperor's seat. Right? Making sure that the empress is well situated. Y'all don't know what's going on. I'm telling y'all what's going on. The white hats, Jefe Blanco, right? Everything they use to tear us down, we had to use it to come up. Jefe Blanco, the one with the white suits and the white hat, that's the Naval Guard. The brass in the Navy wear white. The brass in the Army wear green. The brass in the Marines wear navy blue. The brass in the Air Force, they wear white over black, I believe it is. Right? And then your National Guard wear Army colors. If you see our Army dispatch on domestic soil, that means that they have been sheep dipped by the National Guard. Because what's about to happen is the largest eviction in the history of the planet. And we ain't talking about evicting them from America. We talking about evicting them from the planet. They didn't already ship thousands of motherfuckers, if not millions, off world. Because they can't die here no more. They got to go. So now we just dealing with the henchmen and the minions, the coverers, the ones who was the facilitators for the dirt. And the ones that was sitting at the freak-off parties, seeing everything going on, but they too much of a bitch to say something. They gonna bitch up. My mama say the sealer is as bad as the stealer. Right? That means that if you are sitting there with a motherfucker that's stealing, and y'all get caught, you just as bad as him. They call it accessory in law. You can be accessory to the fact, after the fact, or before the fact, but an accessory is an accessory, and you can still get life if the crime is right. The game is over. Look, when the La Costa Nostra came over here, the children of Hannibal of Carthage was exiled from Italy by the Etruscans after the Carthaginian wars with the Romans. When they exiled them, they exiled them to the island of Sicily. So they sent us Mario Puzo so he can write the Godfather movie. So you can see the structure and the order of a family that's ran by a single individual. Right or wrong, it don't matter what he's doing. He's protecting his family and he's feeding his family off the fat of the land. They sent that over here for a reason. It's a reason people say that Biggie and Tupac was tied into two different mafia families. That Rolex ain't no coincidence. That Mickey Mouse Rolex, the double up, and that ain't no coincidence. Right? This is not a happenstance. This is a well-orchestrated plot of all of the Earth tribes from around the planet that met up at the Bang Dong Conference. Look it up. Right? Look it up. Y'all don't know who that is, do y'all? I'm gonna wait till he see this video, and then he gonna put up. He gonna be like, "Look it up." He used to be a comedian, but he ain't cracking no jokes today. Right? So, in Chicago right now, make the wrong move and you gonna get took off the land the hard way. Them youngsters is being informed by the OGs in the Chi of what's taking place in real time, and y'all don't even know it. Y'all don't even know it. Look, don't worry about nobody from Venezuela. That's MS-13, right? They tied up in truces on the West Coast with Bloods and Crips and Mexican Mafia and all that shit. They tied up in the Midwest with truces with the Vice Lords, the GDs, the Peace Stone Nation. They tied up in treaties with us. They ain't coming to sabotage us. That's the support team. Quiet as it's kept, that's the support team. That's why on Rex 84, under the section known as Operation Cable Splicer, it tell them that if they ever wake up, they got to block the border. But the one who tell you to block the border is telling you where the help gonna come from. He telling you where the aid and assist of the tribes. Fuck that motherfucking military shit. We talking about the tribes of the land. We go all the way from the North Pole to the southern tip of South America. This is Turtle Island, and we coming. You can't stop them. Build a wall if you want to. They gonna find a way either through it, around it, over it, or under it. They coming. You can't stop them. You can't stop them. We got treaties with the Hells Angels, right? This ain't no, they ain't just rolling around on the land for no reason. They used to ride horses 200 years ago. Now they riding motorbikes. Before they was riding Harleys, they was riding something called an Indian. Go look it up. I'm not making this shit up. Then the Lawndale district, before the Vice Lords became Vice Lords, they was called Outlaw Vice Lord Bikers. That ain't no coincidence. Young Vice Lord told me I ain't know what I was talking about. 2 days later, I dropped the receipt on my Morpheus page. It's over there. Go look it up. Right? So, it don't matter. I know everything going on the land. I know all of the tribes. I know right now about the continuity of government, about to come out and expose this shit. The motherfucking Orange Man, because they remember they flashed the White House orange the other day. Who is Agent Orange? That's Donald J. That's Howard the Duck. That's Donald the Duck. Right? That's Agent Orange. Because when negotiations get on you, you can't get that sucker off you. Right? I've been watching him for years, ever since Tupac flipped him to me. Because I don't trust none of them. And he's second cousins to Hillary Clinton. We needed somebody on the inside that didn't like what was going on and took sides with us, and it was him. Because they look like Indians they don't look like Indians to him, and they don't look like Indians to us, and we the Indians. I'm just saying, you got to be able to see through this bullshit, because it's all a big facade. The government is a fraud. All of their laws is made up to interfere with our natural life process. All of the stuff that they made illegal on the land is targeting us specifically. This is why they said we smoke marijuana and we go crazy and rape white girls. Oh no, make a law, make a law. That was just to keep the chief from chiefing with the chief so that you can see when the chief be chiefing, he be chiefing up on some shit. Right? We be talking about fourth, fifth dimensional mind communication. We be talking about getting the THC and the CBDs to work together. When we get the munchies, the sugar turn into the dirty burn turn into the rapid fire. But because it's saturated with 70% water, the fire gets smothered and let off a bunch of smoke. And the smoke becomes the black soot. And the soot becomes the carbon. And the carbon is autosentient when it turns into melanin. And the melanin can communicate with the carbon. So now we can talk to the dark mother without ever moving from where we at. Wake up now. This shit over with. This shit's so over with that these motherfuckers need to come bow down and kiss my fucking feet so I can kick them in the mouth like the Pope be doing. Let the Pope come kiss my feet. I guarantee you his teeth gonna come out his ass within 30 seconds or less. Let him come kiss my feet. I'll boot his ass from here to Albuquerque. Right? And when he hit to Albuquerque, you know who's gonna be waiting for him? A dark man. Chief Zolo. I'm coming. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. This the culture. Chief Zolo is DMX, the Dark Man X, the unknown man that walked out the dark into the light. Through the tunnel. Get at me, dog. Right? Flipping the dog pound. Off the East Coast to the West Coast. Right? Barking back and forth. Remember, Pluto was a dog in Disney. Right? And Goofy was a dog that had a pet dog. Let it sink in. They're telling you the stories all the time. The Califia Queen's replica, after they bombed the castle, they had to build a replica because it had to be accessible to activate the genetic memory of the Califia Queens and make them want to go and back to Cali. Cali got gunplay. Bitches on the runway. So in order to activate the genetic memory, we looking at Tinkerbell putting the pixie dust on the castle. Every time we watch a Disney movie, Tinkerbell say, here it go right here. The Califia Queen's castle is right here. I'm Tinkerbell and I'm here to show her where it's at. And then everybody be thinking that we don't know what we seeing when we looking at it. Just because I ain't say nothing before don't mean I didn't know before. I just didn't tell you before it was time. Paul Messiah said, I'll sell no wine before it's time. And I will tell no truth before it need to be exposed. That's a Masonic code all day long. Then they say they're a traveling man, that means they're a Mason. They say they're a navigator, that means they're a Mason. They say that they're a physician, that means they're a Shriner. Watch out now. They come in all shapes, sizes, and colors, right? But the ones who's pulling the strings, them black ass niggas, now I know why my mama said, I don't like no damn Africans. And I'm like, what the fuck? I thought we was from Africa at the time, but I knew something wasn't right. Then I started noticing that the stuff my mama was telling me was consistent with American tribal heritage. Why is my mama telling me American tribal heritage if I'm supposed to be from Africa? But I don't never remember being born in Africa before. Every time I be born either right here or in the territory of the Sun Wukong. Hail the return of the Sun Wukong. Back from the West, Buddhist scrolls in my arms. I went to tame my Sakuma. Now I'm coming back right now. You don't know nothing about that shit. But look. So the government ran us into seclusion by sending contingents to put them between buffers between us, sending infiltrators in to sweetheart swindle the women in order to wrestle the land so that they can institute the sharecropper agreement and turn the family farm into a plantation to maximize the plan for their nation. Y'all need to pay attention to what I'm telling y'all. I'm not making this shit up. I got too many references to prove it. Let the G's know this is a rap. This is a rap. Look, if you don't believe me, keep watching. So back to Jefe Blanco. So when they used to be the Black Hand, right, and they wear their KKK regalia, which is they hombre. It's hombre negro something, but it's the Black Brotherhood of Spain. When you look them up, they came over here wearing them white uniforms. So what we had to do in order to overthrow them is we had to invite the people that ran their ass off from over there in Europe over here. Now we're going to have to take some heat from these people too, because they're not going to be able to tell which one of us nappy head, whether it's the Negrito or the Morenos. They don't know by looking at us the difference, right? So they gonna treat all of us the same. They gonna call all of us nigga, which came from the conquistadors calling us Los Negritos. When you go look up Los Negritos, the Negritos is a whole. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up and read it to y'all because this stuff is so it's second. It's like second step now. Genetic stock of Negrito. Unraveling the genetic history of Negritos and indigenous. National Institute of Health. Let y'all see it. National Institute of Health. It's a unraveling the genetic history of Negritos and indigenous population of Southeast Asia. See, that's where they get you. But that's why Elijah Muhammad say I'm the Asiatic black man, because he's saying we the Negrito stock. We not the niggas, the Morenos, the Moriscos. We are los Negritos, the Asiatic melanated being, the what they call Melanesians, right? It's an indigenous population of Malaysia known as Orang Asli, or OA, show huge morphological, anthropological, and linguistic diversity. However, the genetic history of these populations remain obscure. We performed a high-density array genotyping using over 2 million single nucleotide polymorphisms in 3 major groups: Negrito, Shinoy, and Proto-Malay. Structural analysis indicated that although the AO group are genetically closer to East Asian populations, they are substantially distinct. We identified a genetic affinity between Andamanses and Malaysian Negritos, which may suggest any ancient link between these two groups. We also showed the Sonoy and the Proto-Malay may be admixtures between Negrito and EA populations. Formal admixtures tests provided evidence of gene flow between Austro-Asiatic speaking OAs and populations from Southeast Asia. So what they're telling you is that the people in Australia they call Aboriginals have a similar blood lineage to the people from Hawaii, all the way going up into the Ainu people in Japan, going into the Dravidians in India. And these are the people called Negritos that was the same people that's from the genetic stock that we from, as organic, original Mississippi clay dirt walking. And we rose up out of the Mississippi clay dirt because the Garden of Eden, the cradle of civilization, the birthplace of humanity, is in the Mississippi Delta, the Louisiana outlaw into the ocean, into St. Bernard Parish, where that pyramid is under the ocean that they don't want y'all to know about. I ain't making it up. It said elevated linkage, disequilibrium, and enriched homozygosity found in OAs reflect isolation and bottlenecks experience. What that means that over a period of time, you end up with Tongans and Samoans and Hawaiians and Japanese, but they all from the Negrito stock. But because they got isolated into certain groups, then they formed into a they evolved into a solidified stock at the geography that they was. In other words, the part of the land of the earth that they was on, they became a stock of people unto themselves through continuously inbreeding with each other and crossbreeding with each other. The people from the area begin to form one people. This is what the plan was for America with the Dirty Moors, because they supposed to come marry into our families and we ain't supposed to know it. But they murdering our big mamas and they telling us that, oh, Big Mama had a heart attack last night, baby. He done poisoned her. 2 years later, he's selling the family farm as a sharecropper. And he all the time, he know we don't believe in selling land. So what's going on here? Somebody ain't telling us something. Right? And then it said the continuum in divergence time from Negritos to Sonoy and Proto-Malay in combination with ancestral markers provide evidence of multiple waves of migration into SEA, starting with the first out of Africa dispersals, followed by early train and subsequent Austro-Amnesian expansions. So they're telling you, they're trying anything they can get this out of Africa thing. They got to get this in the, like the African people are kindred, but they not exactly the same as us. They got different matrilineal lines, but similar patrilineal lines through to the marrying across the ocean. We got to add mixture of that stuff over here. We don't have a problem with Africans. We got a problem with the motherfuckers that divided it up at the Berlin Conference that look like us and blamed it on pale faces. Them the niggas we got the problem with. Not the people in Africa that's being victimized just like we being victimized. They not the enemy. Right? Ibrahim Traore, he won us. Earthborn, original tribe, ain't buying that shit for nothing. Julius Malema down in South Africa, he not buying that. Look, they killed off my man I forget his name. We got so many of the OGs that they just murdered them. Maurice Bishop. Maurice Bishop was the truest brother that you ever would want to meet in the CIA. This wasn't the KGB. This wasn't Chinese Secret Service. This wasn't the Mossad. This was the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Sent a hit squad down there and murdered that man. Then, turned around, they had a 25-year, under Jimmy Carter gave a 25-year moratorium on CIA-sponsored homicides, assassinations. The first motherfucker they killed when he lifted it was Laurent Kabila. Go look him up. And they was chasing after the brother Jerry Rollins. They was chasing after all of these progressive leaders. They was at Muammar Gaddafi head. The CIA did that. That's why Pac and them went over in Benghazi. Go pull the footage. See who y'all see in Benghazi. Nigga, this some outlaw shit. This how outlaws ride for real. We ain't never going nowhere. We don't got nowhere to go. We from here. We been here. And we gonna be here. This is just the way it is. You know? So, they can tell who they want to. They can call their mama. They can call their daddy. They can call their Uncle Charles, their Uncle Jake. It don't matter to me. They can call their Aunt Susie, their Aunt Barbara, their Aunt Mary. They can call whoever the fuck they want to, but ain't nobody calling these outlaws off their ass now. It's too late. We won. Victory is assured, saith the Lord. Vengeance is mine, saith Big Rod. Let me get my hands around these motherfuckers' necks, and I'm going to show you what brain banging turns into gang banging at the highest levels when I get to slam one of these motherfuckers off the motherfucking gallows. So I don't even want him to hang. I'm going to throw him off the gallows head first, let him crack his melon, and tell him like they told him about me. Oh, Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall. He can't be put back together again. I ain't Humpty Dumpty. I ain't never took the fall off the wall because my potential has never been wasted. Because an egg is infinite potential. And to break the egg before it develops is wasted potential. And all the king's horses and all the king's men will never put Humpty back together again, because once the potential is wasted, it's like squandered money. You can't call it back because it won't come. But if you manage it correctly, the money becomes an infinite seed, a current seed, the current that you see when the goodness flow back into your life. Return of the sweet waters. Oshun speaks. The Oshun priestesses of the Caliphs and the Chiquita Banana Lady and all of the mascots that they turned us into. We ain't never stopped being here. Go into any tobacco shop in the South, one of them old Indian tobacco shops, and you're going to see a big Tuscaloosa looking Indian in every tobacco shop. That's because we was tobacco chiefs. They didn't have tobacco in Europe. They came over here to get that shit. So what was we doing with the tobacco? We wasn't having all of them toxins on that tobacco. Because nicotine is a neurostimulant, they had to poison it to stop you from smoking. Right? Then they don't want you to know none of this shit. They want you to think everything good for you is poison. That's because everything good for you, they poisoned it. Deliberately, with malice and aforethought and ill intent. The desire was to remove us from the land. If you don't believe me, we can go talk to Ramona Africa. We can sit down and have a conversation with the sister, and she gonna tell you how they did her family in Philadelphia in 1985. She's still here. And she ain't the only one of them still here. They didn't kill them all, but they was unfortunate enough to get rid of John, the mastermind, because they don't want no chiefs doing no chief shit on our own land. They made all of our natural practices illegal. We need a license to go fish. What is a license? Permission to do something illegal. We need a license to bear arms. The Constitution said the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. By making you need a registration and a license is an infringement upon your inalienable right to be able to protect yourself and your family. The right to bear arms has nothing to do with hunting and everything to do with when the time comes to fight this government. Now, we got too many in the military of us that's starting to wake up to what's going on. We got too many of them high-ranking white hats that's now the new Jefe Blancos that's working for us instead of the enemy now, because they believed in some shit called the Constitution wholeheartedly, and they believed in that they was going to protect America from all enemies, both foreign and domestic. Who is the domestic enemy? The state. The state is the domestic enemy. They the squatters on the land, the imposters, the frauds, the usurpers. They don't belong here. They need to go. Shut their government buildings down, close this bitch up, lock this bitch down. It's done. Ain't we done with this shit. If anybody, get the youngsters together. We about to start having youth summits to tell our children that they call gangbangers. I'm going to personally go to O Block and tell them what they did to turn us against each other. I'm going to personally go down there to Motown and tell them Stones what they did to turn us against each other. I'm going to get in touch with Prince Wakita and say, hey, Keita, I need your support to tell the youth what they did to our people to have us killing each other like we don't know what's going on, so we can be focused on the right enemy. I'm going to go, Cali, wherever they send for me at, I'm going to be going. But first, we got to get our shit back. We got to get organized. But Martin told us, when he discovered, see, everybody don't know that it was two Martin Luther Kings philosophically. It was the pre-1965 Martin, the Saudi assassination of Malcolm X. And right before Malcolm got assassinated, he went to the 63 March on Washington and told Martin, no matter what happened to me, go to Arizona and spend some time with the old man. And when you leave, you will never be the same, and I guarantee you, you will see the enemy clearly. That's what Malcolm told him. And you know what he did? 1965. It's called the historical meeting. Martin Luther King went to Arizona, spent 7 days 5 or 7 days. It was a week. I don't know if it was a 5-day week or a 7-day week. But he spent a week with Elijah, and Elijah gave him the rundown of the enemy. He came out of there, and he said, when we go into Washington to get our check, And then he told you why. How they undermined us, how they undergirded the peasantry of Europe with an economic floor, mechanized their farms. At the same time they was doing that, they was stealing our land through sharecropping agreements. And then they was turning around, making it difficult for us to do business anywhere, because if you didn't have pale skin, you was not allowed to do business in this game of Monopoly they playing on us. The Monopoly became a plutarchy, and we won. And Pluto represents Scorpio. And I am the Scorpion King, because I'm the king of all the Scorpios. I'm the motherfucking cyclone center. I am the eye of the storm. And I don't even want to be. That's the crazy part. I ain't want this shit. People be thinking that this shit be glamour and glitz and shit. This shit is miserable, painful, long-suffering struggle. And if you ain't got that in your blood, you not going to make it. You going to fold. You going to sell out. You going to quit. You going to give up. You going to surrender. You going to tap out. Whatever the term for loss, lose, you going to do that shit, because this is not no motherfucking easy. Man, 35 fucking years of straight book reading. I done read so many books. I be seeing books in my sleep that I ain't never seen before, and I read them motherfuckers too. I'm like, where this book come from? Then turn around 2-3 years later, here go the book. I read that book in a dream. How in the fuck is that possible? Somebody somewhere is telling me something, and I don't know how they getting this information to me, but I'm getting it. And it's coming up, and I'm coming with receipts, right? So this shit traced all the way back to Babylon. The stone that the builders rejected has now become the chief cornerstone. And the chief cornerstone ain't the chief cornerstone until it become the capstone. And the only way it can be a capstone, it got to be caught up at a royal arc degree, where the red house and the blue house meet in the middle. And if they meet in the middle, that means it's perfect center. That means it's 50-50, left to right, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, no matter how you cut it. Right? So the sisters is a 5-point star, the brothers is a 6-point star. The star Venus is the star of the divine feminine. The star David, as they call it, which is really the shield of Solomon, is the divine masculine. And when you put them together, you don't get an 11-point star. You get a shooting star. And the shooting star comes out in the form of the semen, and the semen fertilizes the egg, and the egg drops down into the portal where it can be molded without the aid of the hands of man. And that's how you know that God is with us. Because every time a woman push one of these babies out, whether they snatch it out by abortion or whether she carry it to term, every time they pull him out, God was in her womb at work. At work. Whether they was what they call a heterosexual union produced, or whether they was parthogenically produced, God was still working. And if they was parthogenically produced, that tell you that God can't be no man. And Earth is a feminine planet. It's only 2 feminine planets in this solar system. That's Venus and Earth. And Venus is the divine mother that rides with the sun Mercury on her heels. And they say the elephant rode to town with a monkey on her back. They didn't know he was going to grow up to be a full-fledged fucking gorilla. Pounding on his motherfucking chest, beating on the concrete, swinging from lamp poles until these motherfuckers get the code. Did it eat, dash, the ghetto code. Because the revolution won't be televised, but this shit played the fuck out on social media. And everybody watched it, but they didn't know what they was looking at. Because right before your very eyes, you won't even realize that you can't see me. You don't know what I'm doing while I'm doing it, but because you don't know what I'm doing, you assuming that I don't know what I'm doing, when I know exactly what I'm doing. Mama said, tell the truth, shame the devil. And then Big Mama said, don't worry, he ain't gonna leave no stone unturned. So I done flipped every stone, which is every chief. I only needed 50. I flipped 50 chiefs to the public. That's all recorded, time-stamped, and dated according to the oral tradition. They can't say I didn't. I told them who the enemy was, where they came from, how they got here, what kind of war they waged, who we was fighting, how we was fighting them, the methods of war, the stratagems, the tactics, everything they used against us. Farrakhan got a clip. I might be on TikTok, but it's called "What Is a Democracy?" It's from a bigger video, but the section that the brother was playing is called "What Is a Democracy?" And everybody that I had named, he named was killed by niggas. Niggas. Then I just got done watching Malachi. Malachi had me pumped. Because he's talking about, they done brought all of this religious shit over here and they don't even follow it. They send the clergy first. That's called a soft sell. The soft sell work like this. I pretend to be your friend until my friends get here. Then we whoop your ass together. The church and the Crown of England and the Crown of France and their little associate affiliates throughout Europe, of them lesser countries, all came over here to get a pound of flesh and a ton of gold. And they paid the money for the flesh in pounds and dollars. And they stole as much gold as they could and hid it in the Vatican. In 2017, Donald J. went there and showed them the receipt. Run that, because somebody in this land is not an imbecile in law. Somebody on the land is fully conscious and is not a minor. He's a full-grown ass man that's talking this chief talk, and you're going to have to surrender what he says surrender, because if you don't, you know the consequences, because you've already been told by the Most High. And the Galactic Council is the support team. We ain't asked for them motherfuckers to put us in no light lock, put us in a perpetual time loop, called an infinity loop, to fight this war till somebody came out victorious at the end. This was a no-holds-barred match. They did everything they could to break the rules to beat us. We followed the rules, educated ourselves out of the condition, and now they mad because they lost. They tried every fucking lie, every form of deception, every form of murder, every form of lynching. They turned us into strange fruits, barbecued us, roasted us like hot dogs, stuck us in vats of boiling hot oil, everything they could to make us forget who we was. And guess what? I wasn't here until now, so it didn't work on me. That shit only work on the people that went through the suffering. I woke up from the amnesia because the shit that you needed to reinforce it, I wasn't here. Because had I been here, you'd have lost a long time ago, you stinking ass motherfuckers. I'd have been putting my foot up your motherfucking ass, and I'd have rallied the motherfucking troops from coast to coast, from pole to motherfucking pole. And we would have tore y'all ass up. And that's why I told them motherfuckers, don't call me until you can't figure it out, and make sure I'm the last resort, because I don't want to be fucked with. And they fucked with me. Who the fuck conjured me up for this shit? Oh, them niggas is at it again. I thought I got rid of y'all son of bitches the last time we did this shit. But a couple of y'all crept back through some portals. It won't happen this time. It won't happen this time. Because every motherfucker that's loyal to you motherfuckers, whether they earthborn or not, got to go with your ass. Get them out of here. Clean this shit up. Separate the wheat from the chaff. Drag the dirty players out in the public. Let the people see them rotten snakes for who they is. Let the chiefs speak and tell the report to the people, because it's the people that we got to satisfy that we've overcome the obstacle and the enemy. It's not the individual. So when enough clansmen know, when enough of the OGs teach the YGs about the wars they waged on us and about the means that we use to overcome it was to educate ourselves out of the condition, then their whole system collapses in their face, because now they don't got no support. That's why they got Kamala up there. She's supposed to fail miserably because we waking the fuck up too fast and they can't stop what's coming next. The shit big. The ship gonna land on Emerald Lake in Colorado, the Crystal City, and you know it as the Emerald City, on the Wizard of Oz, right? Follow the yellow brick road. The yellow brick road is paved with gold. And that's all of the good intentions that motherfuckers had on their way to riches. But they lost their riches on their way to Oz, trying to get a heart that they already had, trying to find some courage that they already used, trying to find a brain that they never even knew they had. Right? So whether it's all added up on the Toto, which is the dog that walked on the heel of the white girl, is the same as the black dog that walked on the heel of the great father, in reverse, upside down, turned around in your face. That's why we gonna drop the White House on their head, just like they dropped that house on Dorothy. I mean on the Glinda, the good witch. The old wicked witch, she burnt, and I done confiscated her flying monkeys, because now they all flying motherfucking GDs and flying Crips and flying Vice Lords and flying Disciples, because Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, has spoke, and the king of the monkeys is the Hanuman, because the Hanuman can handle any man, woman, or child according to their desires to be on this planet. And if you don't know who the guardian of the earth realm is, you need to wake up and snap out of the slumber, because y'all all know who the fuck this is. Y'all all know what's going on. You just don't remember because they put us in a stupor. They use the Babylonian blood magic, the Babylonian sex magic, and the Babylonian money magic. And it don't work on me because I know how it works. And once y'all understand how it works, it won't work on y'all either. That's why I told y'all the mechanics of it with B-Dale. We told you how the blood magic worked, how they using it, where it's written at, showed you the references. Now I'm telling you, and I'm telling you where to look to find out that they waged war against the 9 treaty tribes. They called the 9 treaty tribes from the Supreme Court of the United States of America. They called the 9 treaty tribes foreign dependent nations. No, domestic dependent nations. They call them perpetual enemies. They call them outlaw tribes. And then they call them 9 treaty tribes. We the ones don't want to do no business with them. Which was about 98% to 99% of all of the tribes on the land were outlaw tribes. And the reason they call us outlaw tribes because our jurisdiction fell outside the parameters of their law. We don't have nothing to do with their judicial system until we start forcing our way in there with picket signs and goddamn protests. Talking about some equal rights. You can't have equal rights with a motherfucker that feel like he's superior to you and you some kind of animal. They classified us as less than human, the 3/5 compromise, just so they can say we ain't got no rights that they bound to respect. Man, gut that motherfucker from his testicles to his tonsils. Straight up. Split him open and let his guts hit the floor. Because we not buying that shit no more. We can think too good now. We can read too well. We got too many of these baby G's coming up that's listening to motherfuckers like us, that's telling them what's going on the land, and they remembering. And they remembering in such a way. This is your crystal generation, your what they call them, your rainbow children, the rainbow tribes, to restore balance back to earth that the old elders tribesmen spoke of. The old Hopi prophecy that said America would come and it would go, and we'll still be here. All of this stuff is fact checkable. You can check the facts on this, even though the fact checkers is trying to cover up the facts by disputing the truth, calling it a lie. Look, that's like the dude that went to the David Copperfield show that know exactly how the trick performed, trying to tell you that plane really did disappear. But he know it's a trick, and he know how the trick performed, and he trying to convince you that the illusion wasn't an illusion. Motherfucker, I see through that shit just like you do. I know how he made the plane disappear just like you do. I know how he made the elephant disappear. I know how he made the tank disappear. I know how he floated across the goddamn Grand Canyon. All of those were illusions. He wasn't motherfucking David Blaine. He wasn't Chris Angel. He was just another motherfucker that was running an illusion. The real magicians, y'all ain't even seen him yet. Y'all haven't seen him. Since it's chiefing with the chief, I need to light up my... I'm on one tonight. Anyway, so we know who they are. We know where they at. We know where they were. We know where they was removed from. Woo, that that was smooth. I had to get that off my chest because most of us don't know the reason why we can be 100% innocent and still go to prison is by design. And then, not only that, they will pay one of us to lie on one of us because we don't know no better. They taught us how to be professionally ignorant. That's the only degree they ever gave us, is a degree in how to be an ignoramus 101, the basics. Follow the technology of the enemy, 120 motherfucking degrees of technology. But the 120 degrees of technology will never override 360 degrees of right knowledge on the planet. Because then you got 360 degrees of right knowledge in the stars. That's 720 degrees going to stump that 120 all day long. So whether you a 32 degree Scottish Rite, 33 and the third York Rite, it don't matter to me. Run my shit. Get Big Mama her shit. That's a wrap. Close this shit down. Shut this motherfucker down. Bring my motherfucking chiefs out so they can tell the people that they got to tell the people they're obligated by the right and the law of the land to tell the people why they not performing their chiefly duties, because these motherfuckers is interfering with the natural process and the natural working order of tribal systems. They instituted some shit that we believe is a government, but it's not a government, it's a police state. When you go back to the law of the land and you go back to the tribal ways, we don't have wars, we have parties. It's going to be Mardi Gras from coast to coast. There's going to be more technology unveiled at this World Fair coming up next year. Hospitals is not going to need no big-ass metropolis-sized buildings to be a hospital. No, we're going to turn them into houses for the homeless. A hospital only going to need one room, a med bed, a healing pod, and a rife machine, and they going to fix you with frequency in a matter of minutes. This shit is over with. It's a done deal. Hey, Donald J., go on and pull their whole card. Hit him with some of that Agent Orange. You know the White House turned orange. That's that Agent Orange shit. Right? Let's go. It's showtime. Step up. I'm just saying. Y'all, if you know an OG in any set on the land, and he don't want to teach this shit to the youth, he one of them. He one of them. The one that be sending the young kids to do dumb shit, get that nigga off the land. We not doing that no more. You not sending our babies to their own destruction no more. We not doing that. This OG call. Fuck that bullshit. Big 50 speaks. This shit over with. Wrap it up. Close it down. Shut it down. Burn it down. But whatever going on, this USA shit is over. I don't care how patriotic a motherfucker think they is. We matriotic around this bitch. We big mama boys. We coming in this motherfucker stomping like big dogs. I'm trying to tell y'all before the shit hit the fan that the shit is about to hit the fan. And it's about to hit the fan sooner than you think, because the stars is aligning for the divine feminine to be restored by the divine masculine in harmony and balance, and all of the people that got enough sense to see what's going on can see it. The love between people is improving, right? They putting these little Manchurian candidates in the schools to tell y'all stop sending y'all's children to this Skinner box so they can get conditioned by this Pavlovian response bell. That's why they keep sending these Manchurian candidate Ritalin Prozac babies in these schools to light these motherfuckers up so that they can tell y'all it's time to shut these motherfuckers down. Every time they shooting the school up, they telling you to shut the schools down. This is about to be the worst month for school shootings in the history of school shootings. If y'all don't get y'all babies out of there, y'all gonna be creating your own negative karma by leaving y'all children in the devil's house. School mean hell. Flat out. Go look the etymology of school up. It mean hell. You sending your babies to hell, teaching them how to be devils. Bring them home and teach them how to be humans. Teach them how to be positive and progressive men and women. Give them some life skills. Hell, we can help you with that shit if you can shut these bitches down. Shut them fucking down. They don't need to be here no more. We tired of this shit. We tired of this. We not your beast of burden. Got us fucked up. We don't owe you motherfuckers nothing. You just so happen to owe us everything, and the outlaw told you we back for every fucking thing they owe, and they just so happen to owe us everything. So we want it all because it's ours. We don't want it all because we want yours. We want it all because it's ours. And you take your ass back with your little trinkets and get the fuck on. We want it all. No shorts. We not taking no shorts. We not taking no credits. We want the real fucking McCoy. The real McCoy. Right? And I went to school with Andrew McCoy. OG. One of my guys. Real estate investor who makes a lot of money. Mix-a-lot. Said, man, Mix-a-lot was telling y'all back then, his posse on Broadway. The Broadway. In broad day. Don't give a fuck what a broad say. That's that pimp shit. Pimp C. Pimp C ready to be seen, y'all. Because I'm so sick of this nigga in my motherfucking psychic network talking about, come on, man. Come on, can't you make this shit move no faster? Brother need to be seen. Brother tired of being had back off in the cut. Yep. He had a hit on Pimp C. And the dude that was supposed to be responsible for murdering Pimp C, that they paid, married Pimp C ex-wife. That's some gangster shit right there. A nigga pay you to kill a nigga, and then you marry that nigga wife. It's just that he ain't smarter than these old chiefs. We got some old smart yard dogs. You know what a matchdog is in dog fighting? A matchdog is an old dog that they don't put him in a real dog fight, but all of the dogs that they want to train, he got to get past the matchdog before he can qualify to fight the fight. That old matchdog tear their ass up. He know all the tricks of the trade. He know how to come in, go out. He know how to circle your dog. He know how to hit the stife. He know how to shake the motherfucking femur loose. He know how to hit the ear. You know what I'm saying? He know how to turn the muzzle. He know all the little tricks of the trade. He just ain't got all his teeth. So you can't bet no money on him, because if he lose, it won't be his fault. It won't be because he ain't the baddest motherfucker in the fight. It'll be because he just didn't have the equipment to get the job done. Well, you're looking at this platinum back gorilla. I got the equipment. I got the drive. I got the fight. My tail up. You better ask motherfucking 40 water. My tail up. That motherfucker don't stop wagging. I fight to the motherfucking death and the last motherfucking breath. Huh? Mac Minister, you better tell him. I came over this motherfucker on a glad sandwich bag to put my foot in their ass. Come on now. Y'all don't know nothing about no $1 million spot trying to make it hot. Man, we thought it was a money game. Wasn't a money game. We thought it was a knuckle-up game, but Mike Tyson and Big Tookie proved that it's not a knuckle-up game. So then we thought it was a statesman game, but they took Larry. That's so, well, it wasn't a statesman's game. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is it? It's a knowledge game. The only motherfuckers that they can't successfully take down is the smartest motherfuckers on the land. It's a knowledge game. It's a wisdom game. It's a wisdom game to gain wisdom, to be wise enough to set my people free. Man, that's some Moses shit. My man Alice been calling me Black Moses since I was a baby. Since she's the one my mama told her, get the baby out the hospital because they gonna do something to him if you leave. And they tried to poison my mama in the hospital so she won't make no more like me. True story. Y'all gonna find out I'm high and Alice tell it. Because she said, Shirley, you want me to take the baby out the hospital? She said, you gotta get the baby out of here before they do something to him. They know who he is by his birthday. My Alice took me out the hospital. My mama was in the hospital for 9 months, so they tried to poison her, tried to kill her. Didn't work. Didn't work. And y'all don't know what y'all did. Y'all done fucked up now. Now my mama ain't here to hold me back. I got one obstacle in the path, and that's Big Mama with her love and light ass shit. That's not my philosophy. That's her philosophy. My philosophy is love and do them right. That means give them what they earn, good, bad, or indifferent. Some of these niggas need a foot upside the head. Some of them need to get kicked down the flight of stairs. Some of them need to be thrown off a tall bridge with a short rope. Some of them need to be just thrown in the ocean with a pair of concrete boots on. I mean, shit. It's just what it is. This is the grand finale to this shit. It's coming. I can feel it in the air like motherfucking Phil Collins. I can feel it calling in the air tonight. Oh Lord, what is this? What is this sensation? What is the dispensation of this sensation that makes me want to reach the whole nation? Right? This is some real shit. So they waged war on us. They wrote us out with the paper genocide. Now remember, if you want to know about the paper genocide, go with Cooking with Chief Warhorse, where she go over the whole Andrew Jackson stuff. Some of her old shit, she go more in detail than she doing some of her new shit. But they switched this out in the Trail of Tears with Mongolian Huns and Vedics, who formed the modern day Native American. We not Native American, right? We Native Americans from the motherland in the Americas, because the motherland is the land that rules the land and it's enforced by the fatherland. The creator gods give the power of rulership to the ruler gods in order to satisfy his motherfucking right to put a boot in the motherfucking ass for fucking with his mama and his sister shit. So now I came to get my sister shit because my mama said you don't let nobody take nothing from your brothers and your sisters. So not only did I come to get my sister's shit, I came to get my brother's attention. Because once I get their attention and they know I know what I'm talking about and they know I'm not making this shit up because I got too many goddamn receipts. I got so many goddamn receipts, the receipt machine and jammed up on us. But now y'all know it's not a mystery no more. You know why Malachi in there. You know why Chapo, look, when Chapo get out, he gonna be the ambassador of the tribes to the Spanish-speaking community, and he already then got messages out to the Mexican mafia in Mexico to tell the families what's going on the land and what we doing up here on the main part of the land to get everybody back whole. And that communication is spreading down into Honduras, into San Salvador, into Colombia and Guatemala. They not going to stop no immigrants from coming. In a minute, your National Guard is not going to do any good. They're not going to do no good because they coming, and they coming to stand with us. Stop letting these motherfuckers soup y'all up to panic about some immigrant migration. We got soldiers coming globally, but they coming because they know that the tribes in the Americas that they've been waiting on to pull this motherfucking trigger of freedom, then let loose a whole Gatling gun of this shit. Fully loaded motherfucking all 10 Buddhist scrolls of wisdom, all scrolls of government. That shit done been unleashed on the people with so many goddamn receipts. Them Dane Calloway receipts, them legendary Top Cat receipts, them Yaki Awaken receipts, them Phil Valentine receipts, them Dr. B. Serious receipts. We got motherfucking Bobby Hemmett receipts. We got Delbert Blair receipts. We got all of the receipts that you need. Now we cashing in at the final close of the gate. We got all of the chips, and we don't want to gamble no more. We got every chip in the casino, right? Pusha T. I wrote this alone in Vegas, baby. I wrote this alone in Vegas. We the same motherfucker. We just in different bodies. We body jump around this bush like falling. We got 24 hours to live, goddammit. We gonna touch another motherfucker. So to make sure that this knowledge that I got, nigga, this shit ain't going nowhere without another motherfucker getting it. I'm guaranteed I'm giving it all away for free. I don't want a motherfucking dime, but I do accept donations, but I'm not asking for shit. I'm putting this shit out there. So if they do anything to me, it's too fucking late now. I done tied too many motherfucking points together on this goddamn map. I done connected all of the dots, and I see the face of the man in the moon smiling at me, smiling at you, while you wondering, how did I figure it all out? Don't worry how I did it. Mama told me to get it done. Now it's done. Big Mama can come back home, and now we can get back to living heaven on earth once again, like we was before the motherfuckers sailed they stinking asses over here, because they was over there treating people like shit, eating babies over there, sucking adrenochrome. What do you think they call Emperor Vlad the Impaler Dracula for? Blood-sucking motherfuckers. They came over here and ran into us. We was wearing wolves. So they say, ooh, they look like kin, but they ain't, because they wear wolves. And you suck blood, motherfucker. That's the difference. We don't go around eating babies. You ain't never seen a werewolf movie where the werewolves are eating babies. All they eating is you grown-ass, rotten motherfuckers who think you nickel slick trying to slide up under the radar like you ain't did nothing wrong, and up jump the motherfucking werewolf to snatch your ass out. What you think a skinwalker is? Get that spookism shit out of y'all head. They want y'all to make everything into some spooky paranormal bullshit. A skinwalker is a tribal warrior who wears the pelt of an animal as the camouflage. That's the real skinwalker. Your coyote tribe, your panther puma tribe, your leopard tribe in South America, in Central America, your motherfucking black wolf clan, your motherfucking black bison clan. We wore pelts of animals. We wear wolves, motherfucker. We the skin walkers that walk around in the skin of our totem animals when we pop out in the dark on you motherfuckers, and you wondering how in the fuck is this wolf 7 feet tall standing on 2 legs built like a shit brick house. That was just an old Mississippian that you don't know the culture of, so you don't know who they is. I know who they is. They're my daddy people. We always been warriors. It's a knock-around game, son, and I'm knocking you upside your brain. Just like they did Hiram or Biff, I'm here, but I'm gonna motherfucking wake you up with a spliff. Understand me? I got the ties from Jamaica to motherfucking Long Island, from California, goddamn, back to Barbados. All of these tribes is on deck. They didn't touch bases with me from Australia. They didn't touch bases with me from Tonga, from Samoa, from Spain, from London. I done been talking to so many motherfuckers on the land all over this bitch. The only motherfuckers was left I was waiting on was to see the princess from the Philippines, from the White Dragon Clan, and she popped up on Dr. Kia Brewer's show. I said, it's showtime now.